Known as Aaron Kotlars. You're like Prince, changing your last name and everything, right? With
Yeah,
a marriage.
Yeah, it's great.
We're joined by Taylor softball head coach Aaron Bellinger, formerly known as Aaron Kotlars. You're like Prince, changing your last name and everything, right? With
Yeah,
a
it's
marriage.
great. Yeah, it's great.
You guys here for the home opener against Trinity International. Does it seem kind of weird that we're almost a year separated from the last time you guys played a game here on the home field?
Yeah, it seems a lot longer than that. It seems, it's a beautiful day out and have our home opener, but it seems like it's been a long time since we've been here. So the girls are pretty pumped. I'm pumped. I mean, we're ready to go and get after it.
Well, I know the old adage, you got to look good to play good. You guys are debuting the new white pinstripe uniforms today. You had a big hand in designing those, correct? That's all you?
It was all me.
Yeah.
So
well, Aaron Bellinger, fashion icon, is what I've been told. So
yeah, it's always look good, play good, and so I gotta get those uniforms and make my girls look good. I mean, they're pulling it off, but I did all the designing and everything. Yeah. So I had to make sure I got their approval, but yeah.
There were no no's. And
I didn't really need it anyways. No. They loved it.
Yeah,
so
that's good. Well, you guys have played well so far, 8-4. Obviously, the big sweep over number 17, College of Idaho, when you guys are out in Arizona over J-term. You guys have swept Union your last time out. What do you think about the first 12 games so far?
Yeah, I think we definitely some ups and some downs. We've learned a lot from our first handful of games, and it's just it's the little things that we need to do right and get better at. And so it's communication, it's our approach at the plate, it's defense, and just perfecting all of those little things. But super happy with our performance. From the pitchers to the hitters to our defense. Like I said, we need to work on those little things. But like I've been super happy with how we've played, and hoping to just go up from here.
You guys added the doubleheader here with Trinity International last week or the week before. What went into that, trying to get another couple of games? You guys are going to play St. Mary of the Woods College on Saturday. Then obviously league starts this week. What was the reasoning behind adding one here on Tuesday?
Yeah, we've had a couple canceled, so I needed to fill some dates, and I want to play as many games as we can and fill all of our dates. And so to be able to play these 4 games before conference is a big deal for us, and especially on a beautiful day like today. You can't, We've already practiced on a really nice day, and it's hard when you're not playing on a really nice day. So to be able to get them to come out here and get these games in, again, before we play conferences is a huge deal for us.
You guys bring back pretty much everybody from a year ago. What's that been like to bring everybody back, even though the season was shortened, obviously, but you bring back pretty much everybody from a year ago. What's that been like?
It's a huge benefit for us. So the leadership, is number one. So bringing back Taylor Wilson, being that 5th-year senior that she is now, is her leadership has, not gone unnoticed. And whether it's, communicating on the field, she's communicated a lot more. She's not a big talker, but she has communicated a lot more and helped her teammates out, especially the underclassmen. And so her leadership on and off the field has been amazing. And then even our upperclassmen and those girls that are going to take an extra year too, but to add them and have that leadership and, the girls who have already played and started for, 3 years is a huge benefit for us.
Krista Mahalik lit the world on fire during Jade's term out in Arizona. Cooled off slightly here a little bit, but she hasn't played in over a year due to shoulder surgery. How special has it been to watch her come back with such a vengeance here for the last 2 months?
It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. It's always exciting, when you hit home runs. Everybody loves home runs, but for her to not play for so long and then to come out like she did, she hadn't played in so long, and so to see her come out like she did, it was fun, for a coaching standpoint. But the way that she fired up our team too, it just makes it so much more fun. Hoping today too. Our wind's blowing out, so we're hoping for some more today, and hoping to hit some cars in the front row over there.
Well, I've seen how far your girls can hit, so I moved my car very, very far away.
Me too.
If it gets hit, then that's a good thing. Bad thing for me, but it's a good thing. I think I can okay. Maybe we can write it off.
Yeah, we'll be all right with that. Maybe we'll pitch in with our budget too. If she breaks your window, it'll be all right.
Well, then we'll start bringing some windows. Aaron, thanks for the time.
For sure.
Good afternoon and welcome here to Goodekoons Field here on the campus of Taylor University for today's the home opener for the Taylor softball team. They come in with an overall record of 8-4. They take on Trinity International. The Trojans are 2-0. That would be the Trinity International Trojans for those of you scoring at home. In the circle for the Trojans is the 5-foot junior Maddie Evans from nearby Fairmount, Indiana. Maddie comes in to the day with a 1.71 ERA, a 4-1 overall record. In 32 2/3 innings this season, she has struck out 48 and walked 26. Opponents batting just 133 against 32 in white here this season. Kristen Storr, the center fielder, will lead it off for TIU. She'll be followed by Lauren Naveau and Dana Percival. First of two. And we'll set the defense after the first pitch. In the dirt, we are underway at a brisk 3:04 p.m. 1-0 to Storr. Aaliyah Rostetter's in left. Lexia Bruzo in center. Caitlin Grimm is in right. Taylor Wilson is at third. Emma West is at short. Kara Tucker is at second. Kristen Mahalik at first. And Ashton Whitman behind the plate. Second one upstairs makes it 1-1 on a swing and a miss by Storr. On the season, Storr batting going 3 for 5 in the 2 games that Trinity International has played this season. The Trojans took 2 against NCAA Division III Ripon College last Wednesday, a 1-0 and an 8-0 triumph. 1-1 off the end of the bat to right field. Underneath it is Caitlin Grimm. The lefty makes the catch. 1 up and 1 down here at the top of the first for TIU. Trinity International led by third-year head coach Vern Barreau. The Trojans led by their third-year head coach Erin Bellinger. She's in her 4th season overall here at Taylor University.
Lauren Naveau.
Going to be the first lefty in the order here for TIU, and the second baseman Naveau. And Evans goes down the middle for a called strike. Our umpires today, Michael Pennell behind the plate, and Paul Williams is in the field. A strike to Naveau, who's 1 for 6 this season. Second one from Evans, skips in on the dirt, 1-1. Evans, ironically enough, was not recruited to pitch here at Taylor. Did do so during her Madison Grant High School days and during the travel ball circuit. 1-1. Lifted into the air towards Abruzzo in center. She'll go to her right, shades her face, and it goes off of her glove as she might have lost it in the sun. And in there safely at second will be Naveau. So the first base runner on today on a missed catch by Abruzzo in center. A tough one there for the Trojan center fielder. She shaded her eyes from the sun with her glove. And then she went back a little bit more, and then she tried to make the catch, and she just closed the mitt just a little bit too much. And in there safe at second is Naveau. So an error on Abruzzo. And it'll be Percival, the right fielder, stepping in here for TIU. They're clad in gray today with blue numbers and blue letters. The Trojans in their new purple pinstripe uniforms with the purple numbers and the purple letters. First one down the middle, a fastball from Evans, taken for a strike by Percival. Percival, a 5'9" senior out of Chicago, Illinois, transferred to Trinity International from Morton Community College. She went 2 for 6 against Ripon last week. Runner in scoring position here for TIU. 1 gone in the top of the first, and Evans misses upstairs. It's 1-1. Brooke Harati, the catcher, waits on deck for TIU. Swing and a miss at 1 upstairs, 1-2 by Percival. Percival, the right fielder today for the Trojans of Trinity International. It's Naveau at second after the error by the Trojans. A little slap here off the end of the bat. Lifting it foul and out of play is Percival. First of 4 this week here for Taylor. They're here on Saturday against St. Mary of the Woods College. And they got the big showdown to start Crossroads League play next Tuesday here against Indiana Wesleyan. 1 out, 1 on, no score in the top of the first. Evans rocks and fires the 1-2 home. Inside, just misses that inside corner. 2-2 as she came in and jammed Percival, who held the bat back. It's Naveau at second after the drop pop fly by Abruzzo in center, trying to fight the sun. 2-2. Hard hit towards Rostetter left, goes back, turns around at the warning track, goes up, and she misses the ball. And trying to score from second will be Naveau. The throw comes in. It will not be in time, and Trinity International takes a 1-0 lead as Rostetter got turned around at a pirouette there on the warning track and had her glove in the air, just couldn't bring it home. And it'll go down as an RBI double for Dana Percival. And it's a 1-0 TIU lead. A couple of rare misreads by the Trojan outfielders. Still just one out, and the catcher Harati steps in. 1-0 as that one skims across the dirt. With Alyssa Fry, the designated player, waiting on deck. And then it'll be Heather Anderson, Brittany Knox, Madison Lenski, and Gina Lowy. 1-0 TIU advantage. Down the middle goes Evans, and that one called for strike number 1. Harati was 0 for 5 in the doubleheader against Ripon last week. Runner at second here. Evans scoots this one across the dirt. It's 2-1 on ball 2. Harati, the second lefty in the order here for Trinity International. Wind blowing out towards center softly. It's a 1-0 TIU lead. Golfing it towards left. It'll land in front of Rostetter. Second hit for TIU. She goes down to Anita Blockett. And that will keep Percival moving up to third, but back-to-back hits here for Trinity International. They've got the last 3 runners on. One has come home. It's a 1-0 TIU advantage. And time will be called as Ashton Whitman comes out to have a chat with Maddie Evans in the circle. The batter for Trinity International is Alyssa Fry, the designated player. This is game number 13 for the Trojans. This is game number 3 for the Taylor Trojans. This is game number 3 for TIU. They have come off the bus from Chicago and played really well here to start. A fly out to right, I should say, by Storr led the inning off. Then Naveau, Percival, and Harati have all gotten on base, and Naveau's come around to score. Swing and a miss at a breaking ball in the outside corner. 1 strike to Alyssa Fry, the designated player. Fry, a 5'9" redshirt freshman from Sheboygan, Wisconsin. Started her college career at Division I Liberty. The 0-1, below the knees. Whitman tries to frame, cannot. It's 1-1. On the year, Frey 2 for 5 with a run scored. Hands separated as she bats here, swings and misses at 1 low. The count goes to 1 ball, 2 strikes. About an inch or so of space between the 2 hands for Frey here at the plate. Heather Anderson waiting on deck for TIU. The 1-2. Swing and a miss, and there's the first strike of the day from Maddie Evans, and a big one. Puts out number 2 up on the board with runners at first and third here for TIU, already leading 1-0.
Now batting number 12, Heather Anderson.
And the batter will be Heather Anderson, the first baseman. Fastball outer half, called for strike 1, as Evans has started to find her groove here in the last couple of pitches. She's been Taylor's best pitcher this year, the lowest ERA, most strikeouts, lowest opponent batting average. Second pitch, swing and a flail, missing on the outside corner. Anderson, she's quickly down 0-2. First and third, Percival at third, Harati at first. And it was an RBI double for Percival that's got TIU in front, 1-0. Evans wasting no time here. The third one to the outside corner, trying to paint it on an off-speed pitch and misses by a whisker. It's 1-2. Evans with a 4-1 overall record, starting her 7th game, appearing in her 8th. She also has a save to her name this season. 1-2, rise ball, sent out a play to the right, catching the net. Still 1-2 on a safe swing by Anderson. Anderson, the top batter in that Ripon series last Wednesday, going 4 for 6 with a pair of doubles, a run scored, and an RBI. She's got 2 on here, first and third, 2 outs in the first, and she'll come up empty as she misses a breaking ball away. Back-to-back strikeouts for Evans end the first, but an unearned run comes home for TIU, and after 1/2 inning, it's Trinity International 1, Taylor 0. We're back with the Trojans batting for the first time today when we come back here on the Trojan Sports Network.
What limits you? Too small, too old, insecure, broken. You have no limits. Rethink your limits.
Bottom of the first, it'll be Emma West, Kara Tucker, Lauren Kanai, the first three. Then Taylor Wilson, Kristen Mahalik, Caitlin Grimm, Ashton Whitman, Maddie Evans, and Aaliyah Rostetter. The starter for Trinity International in game number 1 today is the 5'7" senior from Crystal Lake, Illinois, Haley Baker.
5, Emma West.
Baker making her first start of the season. She pitched twice she pitched in each of the 2 games against Ripon last week, but came in relief both times with the normal starter, Alyssa Frey. Infield plays in here against the slap-hitting Emma West. It's a 1-0 TIU lead. This one floated in high for ball 1. The defense behind Baker in the top of the first. Brittany Knox is in left, Kristen Storer in center, Dana Percival the right fielder. Madison Lenski is at third, Gina Loy is at short, Lauren Naveau is at second, and Heather Anderson's at first. Inside on the hands, West will scoot back. It's 2-0. And the catcher for TIU is Brooke Harati. West, a 5'3" sophomore from North Manchester, Indiana, and Manchester High School. Lefty versus the righty throwing Baker. She's already up ahead in the count 2-0. And the drop ball in there for a strike, 2-1. West has the acclaim of being the very first signee when Taylor head coach Aaron Bellinger assumed the head coaching duties when the interim tag was removed. And she's been a good one ever since she got to campus last season. Baker bouncing on the balls of her feet, delivers the 2-1 home, slapping it up the middle, right to the shortstop Loy, on to first, and they get the speedy West out by a step. Fumbling with it, but holding on to it with Heather Anderson, 1 up and 1 down for Taylor here in the first. That'll bring up the senior second baseman, Kara Tucker.
Now batting number 9, Kara Tucker.
Tucker comes into the day batting .242 with 8 hits. Nobody on, 1 out, top of the first. Taylor down to Trinity International, 1-0. Tucker takes the first one at the knees for a called strike 1. Kara, a senior from nearby Yorktown, Indiana, has really improved her approach at the plate during the offseason. The 1-strike pitch, she'll swing and send it towards center field. Storer going back. She's got to fight the sun. It's going to sail over her head, and it'll be in there at second base for Kara Tucker. Same thing that happened to Abruzzo in the first, the Trojan center fielder. Storer, the TIU center fielder, loses it. It sails over her head. It's a double for Kara Tucker, and the tying run in scoring position here for TU for their best batter a season ago, Lauren Kanai.
Now batting number 2, Lauren Kanai.
That wind blowing now out towards the left field corner. Taylor down 1-0. So Tucker is at second. First one low and away to the DP Kanai, 1-0. Last year, Lauren batted over 400 in that abbreviated season for the Trojans. A little bit lower this year, but no slouch at 359. First pitch, hard hit left side, but it goes foul. And the count sits at 1 ball and 1 strike. Lauren, 5'8", out of Grand Rapids, Michigan. A ton of power in that bat for 2 in the pinstripes. 3 doubles and a home run this season already to her name. She's driven in 7. She's got the tying run at second. This one low, right at the knees. Kanai takes for a called strike 2. Trying to drive Tucker around after the 1-out double. When picking up as it blows out towards center, Kanai still is a statue in the right-handed batter's box. 1-2, checks her swing. Did she go around? They ask our field umpire, and Paul Williams says no. Ball 2 to Kanai. She holds that back behind her head. Nicely done by the senior. Count level with the tying run at second base. One gone for Taylor here in the bottom of the first, down by a single tally. The 2-2. Kanai sits on it. That one floats in short. Good eye from Lauren. It's 3-2. Taylor Wilson, the fifth-year senior, waits on deck for the Trojans. Baker readies. Bends at the waist, peers in, gets the sign from the catcher Harati. And here comes the payoff pitch. Kanai fouls it straight back, and will do it all again. Kanai second on the team in total bases, third on the team in total bases with 20, tied for second on the team with hits with Caitlin Grimm with 14. Another 3-2 off speed that Kanai will lift up behind the catcher. Laying down in the seats below us. And it's still 3-2. As Kanai protects on an off-speed pitch on the inside half. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 gone, and Tucker standing at second. She's the tying run after her 1-out double. She's fouled off the last 2 pitches that she's got. 3-2. Hard hit down the right field line, but it'll tail foul. An interesting delivery here from Baker as the count remains full. She's sped up her delivery a lot, takes a really quick step, and then fires it home after taking a little more of an elongated approach earlier in the at-bat here against the DP Kanai. Likes the first one she gets here. Quick approach, off speed. Kanai lifts it right side. Going back, making the catch over her head is the first baseman Anderson. There's out number 2 on the board with a tying run still at second base in the form of Kara Tucker. Kanai gets a quick coaching tip to Taylor Wilson. She was the only one from last year's senior class that elected to take her extra COVID year of eligibility. So the fifth-year senior out of Indianapolis comes back for one more go at it.
Batting number 27, Taylor Wilson.
Batting .385 this year with 10 hits, 2 doubles, and 2 driven in. Still in search of her first home run of the season, but she's more than capable of driving one out here, particularly with the wind blowing like it is. Little drop ball in there, missing low, ball 1. Taylor, the starting third baseman today for TU. With Tucker standing at second after her 1-out double, there are 2 outs on the board here, and Taylor down by 1 in the bottom of the first. Baker readies and comes home, fouling it back. It'll be strike 1 to Taylor Wilson. Sound on one that she liked that broke a little bit to the outside corner. 1-1 with Tucker standing at second base. That wind now blowing straight out towards center field. Mahalik, the first baseman, waits on deck. Third one to Wilson, a little slapper right side, but leaning and making the catch of the hip will be the right fielder Percival. And the Trojans put up a 0 here in the bottom of the first. They had the tying run at second, but couldn't bring Tucker around. And that'll be it for the first inning of play here from Gudekunst Field. We're back with the second after this here on the Trojan Sports Network. Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland is proud to support Taylor University Athletics. Located at 148 South Main Street, Best One is open 6 days a week. Owner Mike Pearson and his staff offer replacement tires from brands like Bridgestone, Firestone, and Goodyear. Customers can also shop for tires from the comfort of their home by using the online tire finder. When it's time for mechanical repairs, Best One's ASE certified technicians can perform a wide range of services to get their customers back on the road. And those same technicians can do repairs on fleet vehicles as well. Taylor Athletics says thank you to Mike Pearson and everyone at Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland.
Leading off for
1-0 lead for Trinity International after 1. Bottom third of the order coming up, Brittany Knox, Madison Lenski, and Gina Loy. The RBI double for Dana Percival after a missed catch in center field has given TIU this 1-0 advantage. First pitch here of the second is outside the zone, ball 1. Knox, a lefty, playing left field this afternoon. Swings and sends it, misses as it ticks off the glove of Whitman. Strike number 1. 1-1 to Knox. He's a 5'6" junior from Plainfield, Illinois, excuse me. Went 3 for 7 against Ripon College last week. Third one from Evans, inside, ground ball to the second baseman Tucker with those quick hands on to first. Easy work for 9 in the purple pinstripes. 1 up, 1 down in the top of the second with TIU leading by 1. Here's the number 8 batter, Madison Lenski. Lenski, a 5'5" junior from Greenfield, Wisconsin. TIU out of the Chicagoland Collegiate Athletic Conference. First one skips in off the dirt from Evans, ball 1 to the TIU third baseman. Lenski went 2 for 5 against Ripon College last week. Righty versus righty, 1 out, base is empty. Swings and misses at 1 up high, 1-1. Next batter is Gino Loy, batting out of the 9 spot today for TIU. Third one, right at the knees, but just a hair low as it tailed off at the end. Called for ball number 2. Just a 1-0 Trinity International lead. The Trojans had the tying run at second with 1 out in the bottom of the first. Couldn't bring Tucker around after her double. Upstairs, swinging and missing will be Lenski, and the count goes to 2-2. Both of the strikes she's gone after, both have been up high. And the count evens up as Evans looks for her third strikeout this afternoon. 1 out, 1-0 TIU lead. Missing low is Evans, and the count goes full, 3-2. This starts a 6-game homestand for Taylor. Payoff to Lenski, lifting it into the air right side. Into the infield, underneath is Mahalik at first, and she makes the grab for out number 2. 2 with Trinity International today, 2 with St. Mary of the Woods College Saturday. And then next Tuesday, the Taylor Trojans open up Crossroads League play against cross-county foe Indiana Wesleyan. 2 up, 2 down, and the shortstop Gino Loy will bat for the first time today out of the 9 spot. Down the middle, fastball, called for a strike. Loy, a 5'4" junior out of Skokie, Illinois. Second pitch, she'll swing and be way ahead of that one on the outside corner. Quickly, 0-2. Loy was 0 for 3 in the 2 games against Ripon last week. And she'll foul this one back to stay alive off the end of the bat. It's a 1-0 Trinity International lead on the RBI double by Dana Percival an inning ago. At the top of the order waiting on deck in the form of Kristen Storr. 0-2 the count with 2 outs, and in there is strike 3 as Loy misses one away. 3 up, 3 down. Good answer from Evans after the 1 run comes across in the top of the first. The Trojans look to tie. The Taylor Trojans look to tie when we come back in the bottom of the second. That's next on the Trojan Sports Network.
What limits you? Too small, too old, insecure, broken. You have no limits. Rethink your limits.
One 0 Trinity International lead. Taylor batting for the second time. They'll send up 5, 6, and 7. Mahala, Grimm, and Whitman. Haley Baker was a stud in the 1-0 win of game number 1 last week over Ripon. She came in relief for the starter, Alyssa Frey. Went 5 innings, struck out 11, and allowed no hits. In total, Baker allowed no hits in the 2 appearances against the Division III school last week.
Leading off the bottom of the second, number 21, Kristen Mahalik.
Mahalik, the first baseman, trying to get Taylor tied or take the lead here down by 1. Sits on 1 here, lifting it into the center field area. Navoy at second makes the catch, 1 up and 1 down on an off-speed delivery from Baker. So the Trojans' potent offense that comes in batting .305 as a team. It's been held quiet here today, just one hit so far. As Caitlin Grimm, their first lefty in a while, will try to change that.
Now batting number 14, Caitlin Grimm.
The righty Baker digs in. First one to Grimm, rise ball high, missing 1-0. Grimm third on the Trojans in batting with a .378 average, tied for second in hits. He's got a double and a triple this season for the sophomore from Muncie. Second one, outside corner, called for strike two as that one was low and away. Caitlin, a 5'3" sophomore that's got a cannon for a left arm out there in right field. Wind blows out slightly towards left center. It's a 1-0 TIU lead. One gone, nobody on. And now there's strike two as that one fouled into the net to our left. Ashton Whitman stands on deck. Good timing by her parents to get here in time from Grand Rapids just before their daughter, or Kalamazoo, before their daughter hits their first at-bat at home this season. Grimm down to the count, 1-2, one gone, nobody on. The pitch from Baker, upstairs, Grimm couldn't hold back on the rise ball, spins her around for a strikeout. First one of the day for Baker, and she's an out away. From her first 1-2 through inning today, and Whitman stands in the way of that. Whitman stands in the batter's box that might have saw a spider. She steps out.
Batting number 11, Ashton Whitman.
Switched her number to 11 last year to mirror her brother Wyatt, who is a fantastic baseball player during his time here at TU. First pitch to Whitman, goes after it, fouls it out of play to the right. It's 0-1. Ashton's story is an interesting one. Did not start pick up softball until after her sophomore year of high school. Had played baseball her entire life up until then. Struggled to find her rhythm and kind of get her hand playing and everything down batting-wise as a freshman, but then exploded last year as a sophomore before the season was cut short due to the pandemic. She pops this one up right side. Underneath is Anderson at first, and the Trojans of Taylor go down in order here in the second, 1, 2, and 3. It's still 1-0 Trinity International after 2 innings of play here on the Trojan Sports Network.
Greek's Pizzeria in Upland opened its doors in December of 2017. Over the years, there have been more than 140 Greeks opened across the country, with 24 Indiana locations. When it comes to pizza, Greeks offers customers the option to create their own pizza or to try one of Greek's specialized pizzas. Greeks uses fresh, homemade, hand-tossed dough, Greek's Italian sauce, select blended cheeses, gourmet toppings, and the same method of preparation since the first restaurant opened in 1969. The kitchen can also whip up a sandwich served on fresh French-style bread, or it can put that sandwich into a pizza shell wrap. Customers can also add breadsticks or French-style bread as a side item. Greeks also offers a selection of salads and assorted dressings as well. Greeks is located just off Main Street in Upland and is a proud supporter of Taylor University Athletics. Greek's Pizzeria. It's our taste.
One zip Trinity International. Back to the top of the order they go with Storr, Naveau, and Percival. It's a 1-0 TIU lead. The drop pop fly by Abruzzo in center, the second batter of the inning in the first, and the double by Percival, who will bat third in this inning, is a difference right now in this matchup of Trojans v. Trojans. Storr flew out to Grimm and right her first time up. Evans burns one in on the turf, ball 1. First of 2 home opener for the Trojans today. Game added about a week or so ago. With all the cancellations and everything else that's shifted the Taylor softball schedule around this spring. If you look at the schedule, she's going to be in the 60s. You got to get a game on the schedule. Hard hit left side. Rossiter going back. She's at the track. It'll sail over her head, and there's a leadoff home run for Kristen Storr, the senior out of California. It's a 2-0 Trinity International lead on the first home run of the season for a Trinity International player. Both of their hits here this afternoon, or 2 out of their 3 hits today, have produced runs. There's the first home run for Storr, the 5-foot senior out of California. And our 2 umpires, Michael Pennell and Paul Williams, discussing something there. They might be relaying the message. They might want the Trinity International dugout. As is customary in softball, they got a little too close to home plate, it looks like. And so Michael Pennell wants them to stay back or to stay in the dugout. That's been a little more enforced here in years past.
Now batting number 4,
Try to make sure
Lauren
the
Naveau.
folks on the dugout stay away from home plate. So now a 2-0 TIU lead on the home run by Storr, and here's Naveau. Wants to bunt her way on here, goes foul by the lefty second baseman, strike 1. It was Naveau's swing that put the ball to center field. Then Abruzzo lost in the sun and then fell just off of her glove after she was able to recover. Came around to score. One batter later on the double by Percival that she hit the left. That gave Rostetter trouble there on the warning track. 2-0 TIU lead. Evans comes in on the knees, ball 1. Trying to come inside to the lefty Naveau. Naveau, the 5'4" senior from Oshkosh, Wisconsin. Third one from Evans off the end of the bat to Rossiter left, charging in, makes the catch at the eyes. 1 gone here in the third for TIU ahead, 2-0. And that brings up Percival, who had the first RBI hit of the day.
Dana Percival.
Wind still blowing out towards left. Little drop ball inside from Evans, 1-0. The double by Percival, her first one of the year. The RBI, her second. 1 run already in here for TIU in the top of the third. They've extended their lead to 2. As Evans misses low on the second one, it's now quickly 2-0. TIU in gray, the Trojans with their new purple pinstripe white uniforms and pants. Third one to Percival, a get-me-over pitch that is on the inner half, strike number 1. A delayed call by our home plate umpire, Michael Pennell, so you have to lean in and wait for it. And the count is 2-2. Upstairs, lifted and out of play it goes. That lands right on the press box. Good thing we got that roof installed. No convertible press box today, too dangerous. 2-0 TIU lead after the Storr leadoff home run here in the third. 6 pitch away. Good eye from Percival as that one had some pace. Misses the outside corner. It's 3-2. Full count with 1 out, nobody on. Here at the top of the third for Trinity International. They lead by 2. Percival goes low and stays alive, fouling it back and up. Brooke Harati, the catcher, waits on deck for the visiting Trojans. As the wind now blows slightly out towards the left field area. Payoff pitch from Evans. Percival watches in right at the knees, called for strike 3. 4th K of the afternoon for Evans. And there are 2 outs here for TIU, still leading ahead by 2. First looking K of the day for the right-hander Evans. It'll be Brooke Harati, the catcher, stepping in for the second time today. A worm burner through the dirt for ball 1. Harati single to left, the last hit for TIU before the home run by Storr to start this third inning off. Righty versus lefty is Harati 1 for 1 this afternoon. Evans rocks back, comes home with a second pitch, a rise ball, then swings and misses at his Harati, 1-1. Harati was 0 for 5 against Ripon last week. Trying to extend the top of the third with 2 outs and no one on. Outside corner, misses the plate. And a good eye from Harati, it's 2-1. Alyssa Frey, the DP, waits on deck. 2-1 from Evans to Harati. Back to the same spot as before, and Harati watches that one sail away for ball 3. Little breaking ball there from the righty Evans. Could not entice Harati to chase after it. Evans has not walked anyone today. She's a ball outside the zone from checking that off. And there it is. First walk of the day for Evans, and a 2-out walk puts a run on for TIU for the DP, Alyssa Frey.
Now batting number 14, Alyssa Frey.
2-0 Trinity International lead in their third game of the season, trying to remain perfect after not allowing a run to Ripon College last week. 1-0 and 8-0 wins in the neutral site. First one to Frey, up high, missing the letters, and it's 1-0. 2-out walk to Harati's got her over at first. Just leading us, a leadoff home run for Storr here in the third has increased the Trinity International lead to 2-0. Low, swinging and missing is Frey, 1-1. Evans has already thrown 58 pitches through 2 2/3 innings. Through 25 in that first inning when 6 batters came to the plate. Frey, the 5th batter here in the third. Second one up high, or third one up high, missing for ball 2. A little off-speed delivery from Evans. 2-0 TIU lead. 2-1 to Frey. Golfs this one backwards, and it's 2-2. 2-out walk to Harati. Wraps around the 2 outs after the home run from Storr. Evans readies. The 2-2 comes home, and Frey will line it right back to West, who snags it at short. A line out to the shortstop ends the third, but not before the Storr home run leads the inning off, and through 2.5. It is a 2-0 Trinity International lead here on the Trojan Sports Network.
What limits you? Too small, too old, insecure, broken. You have no limits. Rethink your limits.
The best batter for the Trojans when they swept Union back on Wednesday, February 24th, will bat for the first time today. She's trying to help out her own cause. It's the pitcher, Maddie Evans, who went 3 for 5 with a double and a home run against the Bulldogs back at the end of February. She bats out at the 8th spot today with Rastetter behind her, and then back to the top of the order in West. It is a 2-0 Trinity International lead. Here's we're about to get play going here in the bottom of the third inning. Evans a .297 average with 11 hits, 4 doubles, and 2 home runs. 5 feet tall, but's got a lot of pop in that bat. First one, a fastball right at the letters on the inside half for a called strike to Evans from Baker. Baker 1 strikeout today. She's allowed just 1 hit. That was the double by Tucker in the first. Since then, no other Trojans have gotten on base for Taylor. 5 straight retired by the right-hander Baker. 1 strike to Evans. That one sails in at about 5'10", for someone who's 5'10", 1-0 to Evans. Evans came into Taylor as a shortstop. They moved her to the third, and she's excelled there when she hasn't been dominating in the circle. Good eye on a breaking ball low and away in the dirt, 2-1. The freshman Rastetter waits on deck, and then the sophomore West to follow her. with Taylor batting in the bottom of the third, down 2-0 in search of that second hit of the afternoon. Fourth one to Evans, inside hard hit, and there's hit number 2, a single to the left side of to left field. And the leadoff batter on for the Trojans as Evans jogs down to first, and here comes the left fielder, Rastetter. Rastetter batting out of the 9 spot today for TU, 5'2", freshman from Frankton, Indiana.
Now batting number 16, Leo Rostetter.
Rastetter batting .238 this year with 5 hits. She's a tying run at the plate with the Trojans down by 2. Takes a fastball in the outside corner for a called strike. It's 0-1. West with a versatile batting approach, waits on deck. Infield playing in a little bit with Lenski over at third, anticipating maybe a sacrifice bunt from Rastetter trying to get Evans over to second. She shows bunt here, a delayed bunt. It'll just bounce back off of home plate and go in there for strike number 2. But a good slow play there by the freshman Rastetter to wait to the last possible moment to show bunt, trying to keep those corner infielders back as far as possible. Down on the count, 0-2 after Evans is at first after her leadoff walk. First or third one, she'll swing away, does Rastetter, and sends it out of play to the right. Rastetter has predominantly been an outfielder this season, but she does have the ability to pitch for the Trojans as well. Still 0-2 with Evans at first, and the Trojans of Taylor down 2 here in the third. Rastetter goes after one off the end of the bat. It'll catch the netting and land in row 3. Good hops from the guy in row 1. Well done, sir. Still 0-2. Leadoff batter is Evans at first. Taylor trying to get their offense going here in the bottom of the third, down by a pair. 0-2 again from Baker to Rastetter. Watches that one sail up high. Good snag from Harati for ball number 1. The Trojans have attempted just 13 stolen bases this year. They've stolen 9 of them. Evans is 1 for 1. One ball, 2 strikes to Rastetter. Lifting it off the end of the bat to right field. Percival's right there. She's got to come in. She dives, does not make the catch. Good read by Evans right there. They fumble with it, and Rastetter will slide into safely at second, and both runners are at second and third. Excellent base running there by Evans to stand halfway between first and second. Percival had to kick it into gear and dove in right field and missed it. And the hit goes in for Rastetter, a single, as the runners move up as she and Navoy were fumbling with it in right field. Just couldn't pick it up clean. And now the tying runs are at second and third for the top of the order, and Emma West. A tough one there for Percival. She came charging in from right. Wasn't playing too terribly deep. Just made the dive for it. Couldn't haul it in with that gloved left hand. And now the Trojans, they swing away with good speed with Rastetter behind Evans at second. And the diverse Emma West at the plate trying to get Taylor on the board here, down by a deuce in the third.
Now batting number 5, Emma West.
The corner infield's playing in because West can slap, she can bunt, but she can swing away with the best of them too. Takes one in on the hands for a called strike to the crowding righty West. Emma 0 for 1 today. She grounded out to the shortstop, Gina Loy, back in the first. The Trojans' best offensive opportunity right here in the third. 2 on at second and third, and nobody gone. 0-1. West trying to slap it on, bouncing as Baker looks the runner back to third. Then she's got a pump, and then she just doesn't do anything and fakes the throw to second as Baker got handcuffed, faked the throw to first, looked Evans back to third, but by the time she turned around, West was already home free to first. And now they're loaded up for the Trojans in the bottom of the third, down by 2 for the senior, Kara Tucker. Fourth hit of the afternoon for Taylor, first one for West. And we've already seen Tucker hit a double today. That was the only hit for the Trojans so far before the 3 straight singles here in the third. Infield plays back. with the bases full of Trojans. Tucker swings at the first one and sends it towards right field. Percival coming in, still coming in, makes the catch on the run, throws it home. That'll hold the runners where they are. Throwing back to third. It goes between the legs of the third baseman. Evans trying to score. Here's the throw. She'll slide in. Safe! She beats the tag from Harati by a hair. And Taylor's on the board now, down 2-1, with Rastetter still at second base. The TIU dugout's right. That was a heck of a throw from Brittany Knox in left. As Evans scores on the fly out to right field by Tucker. And now the tying run is Rastetter at second for the power hitting Kanai. With a throwback one between the legs of Lenski, the third baseman. Knox backed it up, and because she was so close, the play was tighter than it might have been at home. 2 out, 1 gone in the third for the senior Kanai. With Wilson behind her on deck. Kanai shows bunt, and then time is called as Taylor head coach Aaron Bellinger was screaming for a time there in the third base coach's box. It looks like she wants an explanation of some sort. Something about the time limit that Baker was taking in between the first out and the pitcher to Kanai. Rastetter at second. So Baker would like the count. And the count 0-0. The time, she threw the pitch, but time had been called before the pitch was thrown. So it's still 0-0 to Kanai, who's 0 for 1 this afternoon. First one from Baker, a swing and a miss, heading down to third is Rastetter. She's in there safe, and moving up to second will be West. As Lenski was playing in tight from third, that was an open invitation for Rastetter to swipe third. The Trojans take second and third. As now the tying run and the go-ahead run are in scoring position with 1 strike to Kanai. And only 1 out. So anything to the outfield should theoretically tie the game at 1. Off speed, this one hit hard to left. Let's do more than tie the game at 1. This thing gets out of here in a hurry as Kanai gives the Trojans a 4-2 lead with a 3-run bomb that got out of here way over the left field fence. Second home run for Kanai this season, the 7th one for the Trojans. And that shows the potency of the Trojan offense. They come in slugging .413 as a team. And Kanai gets her second long ball of the year, and the Trojans score 4 in the home half of the third, and they take their first lead of the day at 4-2. Four hits in the inning for Taylor. And the Tucker sac fly got the scoring going, and now they're empty for Taylor Wilson. Sixth batter of the inning for the Trojans. For the super senior, Taylor Wilson. First one from Baker. Let her high for a called strike. These 5 runs in the inning, or four runs in the inning for the Trojans. The first runs allowed by any pitcher for Trinity International this season. Remember, they shut out Ripon last week, outscoring them 9-0. And Baker had 11 strikeouts in one game. Second pitch is low, 1-1 to Wilson, who's 0 for 1 here in the game so far. She flew out to right field to end the bottom of the first. But it's a 4-2 Taylor lead. The sac fly from Tucker, then the 3-run bomb from Kanai has given Taylor the first lead of the day. Wilson right back up the middle to the infield, popped up. Right underneath it is Loy at short. Second out of the inning for Taylor, and it'll be Mahalik trying to keep the bottom of the third alive for the home team that leads by 2. And here's Mahalik, who lit the world on fire.
21, Kristen Mahalik.
During the Trojans' J-trip out to Arizona. Still leads the team in batting with a whopping .486 batting average. And a fastball to the outside corner, 0-1. Mahalik popped out to the first baseman, Anderson, on the only pitch that she saw in the second. It's a 4-2 Taylor lead thanks to the Kanai 3-run homer. 1 strike to Mahalik. Low and away, ball 1. Mahalik did not play a season ago after having surgery in the summer of 2019 on her shoulder after her first season at Taylor after transferring north from Southeastern University down in Florida. She's been a welcome addition to the Trojan lineup with that whopping average and a team best 3 home runs and also a team best 14 driven in. Third one low, 2-1. It's a 4-2 Taylor lead. Nobody on, 2 outs here in the bottom of the third. 4 runs on 4 hits for the Trojans of Taylor here in the third. Inside pitch, Mahalik scoots back, and she's ahead 3-1. With Caitlin Grimm looming on deck as Taylor's had their best offensive inning right here in the third. The righty Baker versus the right-handed bat of Mahalik, 3-1. Bounces in short, and the Trojans get a 2-out walk as Mahalik will jog down to first. First walk allowed by Baker here this afternoon. It'll be Caitlin Grimm trying to start a 2-out rally here for the Trojans. Grimm struck out on a rise ball her first time up. Inside here, grazes the inside corner as Grimm crowds that plate, 0-1 for the Taylor right fielder. Grimm was out on a rise ball that spun her around, saw it too late as she tried to hold the bat back, couldn't do so. And that was the second out back in the second. Mahalik at first, 2 outs, and Taylor's got 4 runs on the board in the third, up 4-2. Second one, Grimm fights it off on the hand, sends it to the netting, and it's quickly 0-2. Grimm went 2 for 6 in the doubleheader against Union last time out for Taylor back at the end of February. She's down on the count, 0-2 here with 2 outs in the third. Drives it towards the left field area, tailing foul, and it'll land foul, and it remains a 0-2 count. That was the 50th pitch thrown by Baker, the 25th one here this bottom of the third. As Grimm is the 8th batter of the inning for Taylor, 4 runs already in for the home team. And Mahalik over there at first after a 2-out walk. The righty Baker versus the lefty Grimm. Baker getting the sign from Haradi, comes home, 0-2 upstairs. Good eye from Grimm to lay off the one high, 1-2. Sac fly from Tucker. Here's the 1-2. Off the end of the bat, good delayed swing from Grimm. Sends that one sailing softly into left field to set back on the off-speed pitch. A delayed swing from Grimm moves runners to first and second. And it brings up Ashton Whitman, who will be the 9th batter of the inning for Taylor.
Now batting number 11, Ashton Whitman.
And here's Ashton Whitman, the Taylor catcher. 9th batter of the inning for Taylor. Inside, and Whitman will take it for a strike. Ashton popped out to Heather Anderson, the first baseman for TIU last inning. With a 2-out walk to Mahalik, the Grimm single have got them at second and first base respectively. For the power-hitting Whitman, hard hit up the middle, past the diving Lloyd. They'll wave Mahalik around from second. She'll score standing up. Whitman digging in on a smart base-running move. She'll coast into second. It'll be an RBI double for Mahalik, and the Trojans extend the lead to 5-2 as they'll bat around here in the third. And time will be called as the TIU infield will come into chat. So Taylor bats around. It's Maddie Evans, who singled and scored to lead this inning off. And she's going to drive this one to left. Second home run of the inning for the Trojans as Taylor's turned this game on its ear in the third. Second 3-run bomb for Taylor in the third, and they lead 8-2 with 2 outs here in the third stanza. Third home run for Maddie Evans this season. And she's 2 for 2 here in the inning. So just a delayed start getting Taylor's offense rocking and rolling here. And again, TIU will huddle up in the circle as an infield. So we'll get to see Rastetter for the second time here in this third inning. She's the 11th batter to see the plate for Taylor in the third. They came into this inning down 2-0, having just 1 hit and no runs.
Batting number 16, Leah Rostetter.
They now have 8 runs and 6 hits and 2 home runs here in the third. And Baker away, ball 1 to Rastetter, who singled to start this inning off in her only appearance before now. Well, there's the Taylor offense that we've seen over the last couple of months. Swings does Rastetter, misses or gets off the end of the bat. 1 ball, 1 strike. Rastetter played in just 1 game against Union back at the end of February, going 1 for 2 with a run scored. A ball and a strike here with 2 outs as Taylor's batted around in the inning, and it will continue as that one lands just inside the left field foul line. Rastetter rounds first, and it's another single for Rastetter in the inning, and the Trojans continue to pile it on in the third. Another 2-out knock. Here comes Emma West up for the second time in the inning.
Well, we do it. I do it for the turtle. Now batting number 5, Emma West.
An 8-2 Taylor lead as Emma West will bat for the second time here in the inning. And a ball just above the letters, 1-0. Trying to get down to second. Rastetter will be thrown out. 2-3-6 on the caught stealing. But the damage done as Taylor scores 8 runs here in the third inning, and they take a 2-0 deficit and turn it into an 8-2 lead after 3 here on the Trojan Sports Network.
It's true. Many of us spend more time thinking about what's for dinner than thinking about retirement. But if you think your retirement needs deserve more attention, we agree, and we'd like to help. Your local Edward Jones financial advisors, Ryan Jones, Mark Sieglin, and Rob Sisson, can help you get started today. They are proud corporate partners of Taylor University Athletics. Edward Jones, making sense of investing.
Through 3, as Evans now pitches with a 6-run lead. Swing and a miss on a changeup to Anderson. It's 0-1. Well, if you're just joining us, you missed a ton. Shame on you for being late. 8 runs in the third inning for Taylor, including a pair of 2 3-run home runs. First by Kanai and then by Evans as the Trojans batted around, putting 12 batters to the plate in the third, scoring 8 runs on 7 hits, and 7 of the 8 were earned. And Taylor's turned a 2-0 hole into a 6-run advantage. Chopping at this one well above her head was Anderson. She'll foul it down. It's now 1 ball and 2 strikes. Taylor went through the first 2 innings with 1 hit and no runs to show for it. And then the third inning happened, and kaboom. They now lead by 6. Anderson 0 for 1 today, struck out swinging her only time up. To the outside corner, and it got her. We had to wait on the delay there as Anderson froze and tried to will it out of the zone, but it just nicks the outside corner. 5th K for Maddie Evans, and Anderson down for the second time on strikes.
And batting number 33, Brittany Knox.
And there's the first out here in the top of the 4th for TIU. And Knox, the left fielder, A low breaking ball from Evans to the bunting attempt of Knox. Not in there, it's 1-0. Knox grounded out to Tucker at second, her first time up. That was back in the second inning. 8-2 Taylor lead. TIU batting here in the fourth. A swing and a miss levels the count at 1-1. Evans, the Trojans' top strikeout pitcher, with 48 Ks coming in, now above 50, with a 5 already on the board today. Swing and a miss again to Knox. It's 1-2. Evans wasting little time here. 1-2 and filling it. One on the outside corner is Knox. Back-to-back Ks for Maddie Evans, and she's an out away from her second 1-2-3 inning of the afternoon. And the third baseman, Madison Lenski, stands in her way here.
Batting number 8, Madison Lenski.
8-2 deficit for TIU as they bat in the top of the fourth. Lenski swings and misses at the first one, 0-1. As the Taylor Trojans have given Evans a 6-run lead, and she is wowed here so far in the fourth. 10 pitches, a grounder left side, in play to Wilson at third. On to first, reaching out and snagging is Mahalik, and she just pulled her foot off the bag as she tried to make a snow cone catch, and it looked to be routine, but the poor throw pulls Mahalik off the bag. So that should be an error on Wilson, the third baseman, on the throw that pulls Mahalik off. Should have been a routine play. Instead, the top of the fourth continues here for TIU. Foul tipped in the glove. Thinking about a back throw was Whitman, holding back as it's strike one to Gina Loy. Tough one there. Just pulled Mahalik off by a stretch. She made the catch on the end of the glove, but just couldn't keep that right toe on the first base bag. And the second pitch lifted out of play to over our heads, 0-2. Second error by the home team today. They still lead 8-2 in the top of the fourth. 0-2 as Loy tries to avoid striking out for the second time today. She calls time, and it will be granted. Very subtle time called by 22 in gray, but she got it up just before Evans went into the windup. Defense for Taylor playing straight up. 0-2 to Loy. High and away. Good eye from the shortstop, and it's ball one. Six-run hole for TIU as they bat in the top of the fourth, and swinging and missing will be Loy. Second time she struck out today. All 3 outs in the fourth come by strikeouts via Maddie Evans. She has 7 of them on the day, and we're halfway home here from Gudekunst Field. Taylor leads Trinity International 8-2 on the Trojan Sports Network.
What limits you? Too small, too old, insecure, broken. You have no limits. Rethink your limits.
Top of the order up for the Trojans after they put 12 to the plate there in the third.
Number 5, Emma West.
It'll be Emma West, Kara Tucker, and Lauren Kanai as the Trojans lead 8-2 on the back of 9 hits. First pitch swinging, ground ball to their shortstop counterpart Loy. Good snag off her left tip and on to first for the first out here in the fourth. West now 1 for 3 this afternoon. And that brings up Kara Tucker. Flew out to right field, and Percival in the third, but then
Number 9, Kara Tucker.
a poor throw by Harati, the catcher, on that play, trying to get Evans out at third. Taylor's Trojans scored their first run of the day, and then they added 7 more before the third inning came to a close. Breaking ball away from the righty Tucker, called for strike one as it hits the outside corner. Second one to 9 in pinstripes. And that hits the letters inside, 0-2. One out, no one on for the Taylor Trojans here batting in the bottom of the fourth, ahead 8-2. Baker peers in at the waist, comes in with the 0-2. Tucker hammers it left side, a little bouncer, snagged by Lenski at third. A low throw that's able to be picked out of the dirt by Anderson at first. And the Trojans have 2 retired. That Taylor Trojans here in the fourth. Here's Lauren Kanai. It was Kanai's 3-run homer in the third that gave Taylor the 4-2 advantage, and then they added 4 more bad boys there in the bottom of the third inning. Kanai is still as a statue in the right-handed batter's box. Inside pitch above the knees on the inside corner for a strike. Kanai 1 for 2 now after the home run. It was her second one of the season. She now has driven in 10 runs this year. Second Trojan to eclipse double-figure RBI totals, and then Evans became the third with her 3-run homer later in that third stanza. 1 ball and 1 strike as the second one misses the zone to Kanai. Bases vacant, 2 outs in the home half of the fourth. Kanai sits on a breaking ball, bouncer over the middle, underneath the diving glove of the shortstop Loy. Back-to-back hits here for Kanai. Her mom records it on her phone, and a 2-out single for Taylor will bring up Taylor Wilson.
Now batting number 27, Taylor Wilson.
Wilson an 0 for 2 days so far, which has got Kanai over there at first. Taylor tries to add to their 6-run lead here in the bottom of the fourth with 2 gone. First one at the knees, taken for a strike. Wilson, throughout her Taylor career, has had a Star Wars themed or a comic book themed type of walk-up song. She's a huge Star Wars fan with a vanity license plate. We will not give her vanity license plate for the protection of her car, but it is a Star Wars themed vanity plate. Second one low, 1-1. We had the giant snowstorm a couple of weeks ago. She actually left her car in the parking lot near Odell Arena and it got kind of snowed in because of all the snow that got shoveled around it. Third one to Taylor. She'll pull it to the left. On top of that one, it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. We sit here at the bottom of the fourth. Taylor's blown the game open thanks to an 8-run bottom of the third, with Kanai over at first with 2 outs on the board here. First game of the doubleheader, home opener day for the Trojans of Taylor. Then game 2 up against the Trinity International Trojans about 25 minutes after game 1 comes to a close. Wilson down in the count, 1-2. Kanai at first with 2 gone. The pitch, a little check swing off the end of the bat. Anderson reaches up and snags it at first as that one was breaking away from Taylor Wilson. Good full extension catch from Anderson. And the Trojans leave 1 stranded here as we're through 4. It's Taylor 8 and Trinity International 2 on the Trojan Sports Network. Join the Trojan Club today and support Taylor student athletes 12 months a year. The Trojan Club has 5 different levels of membership for you to choose from. You can join for as low as $150, all the way up to the Trojan MVP level for $1,500. Each level receives premiums, complimentary season tickets, as well as gifts from the athletic department. Members also receive special recognition during halftime of the annual Silent Night game. In recent years, members have helped supply the funds for a sports information position, purchasing equipment for teams and the athletic training staff, and providing broadcasts of Trojan athletics like the one you're enjoying right now. With the support of alumni and friends, the Taylor combination of spiritual growth, outstanding academics, and a highly competitive intercollegiate athletic program can continue. To join, call 765-998-5311 or log on to TaylorTrojans.com and click on the Trojan Club tab at the top of the homepage. The Trojan Club, supporting Taylor University student athletes. Top of the 5th here for Trinity International as they try to get back into this one. They had controlled things through the first 2 1/2 innings. But then the bottom of the third happened where Taylor scored 8 runs, a pair of 3-run homers in there, and they turned a 2-0 deficit into an 8-2 lead. Grounder left side to the shortstop West. He'll fire on to first on a slow roller, and there's one gone here in the 5th. As Storr retired for the second time here this afternoon.
Now batting number 4, Lauren Naveau.
Just 3 hits on the afternoon for TIU. None since the home run by Storr, who just was retired back in the 3rd. Evans will skip this one off the dirt for ball number 1. Naveau 0 for 2, but she reached on the misplayed catch by Abruzzo in center back in the 1st inning. Then came around to score the first run of the day for TIU. Lays off one up high. Good eye from the lefty Naveau. 2-0. Ten hits for the Trojans on the other side of Taylor with an 8-2 lead. 2-0 to Naveau. Checks her swing, but it was at the knees. Called for strike 1. Naveau came into the day 1 for 6. 0 for 2 today, trying to get on base for the second time. That one slips out of Evans' hand, ends up high, and it's 3 balls and a strike. With nobody on and 1 out here in the top of the 5th, TIU batting down by 6. Evans readies, rocks back on that right heel, comes home, and the 3-1 is low for ball 4. Second walk allowed today by the Taylor right-hander, Maddie Evans.
Now batting number 10, Dana Percival.
And TIU's got a runner on for Dana Percival. Defense for Taylor playing straight up with the wind blowing out towards left field. At the knees goes Evans, called for a strike to Percival. The Trinity International right fielder Percival 1 for 2 today. She had the RBI double in the 1st to get TIU up 1-0. And then struck out looking her last time up in the 3rd off the end of the bat, just over the outstretched glove of Tucker into center field. That'll be a 1-out single for TIU. Second one today for Percival. And there are 2 on for the visitors with 1 gone here in the 5th, still trailing by 6. A good little delayed swing there by Percival to hit it off the end of the bat, just past the outstretched glove of Tucker at second. And it brings up Harati, the catcher, to the plate. One out for TIU, as Harati is yet to be retired here this afternoon. Swings and misses at the first one, low in the dirt, ball or strike number 1. Harati singled in the 1st and then walked with 2 outs in the 3rd. She bats here with runners at 1st and 2nd. And TIU needing runs and needing them quickly with innings dwindling here as we just passed the halfway point of the contest. Second one upstairs to Harati, ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. But a 6-run hole here for Trinity International. Third one from Evans. Trying to frame that one was Whitman. Could not bring it back over the plate. It's 2-1. Harati was 0 for 5 in the Ripon College series, so much better game 1 so far against Taylor. Evans bounces the 3rd one in, and now it's, or the 4th one, and now it's 3-1 as the runners hold at 2nd and 1st base respectively. Fifth one from Evans. Harati takes it at the knees, outside corner, called for strike number 2. Good placement there from Evans. And the lefty Harati will step back in and await the payoff pitch from Maddie Evans with 2 on and 1 gone here in the top of the 5th. The pitch, low for ball 4, and that walk will load him up for TIU. 3rd free pass allowed by Evans here this afternoon. And time will be called before Alyssa Frey can step in. So pinch runner coming in for Harati to run over at first. But with no numbers on the front of the TIU uniforms, we'll have to wait for the play to turn around to see what that number is. Still waiting. Still waiting. And I'm going to go with number 30, Haley Kuriger. So it is number 30, Haley Kuriger. Gotta get those numbers on the front of the uniforms, man. Gotta help us out in the booth. So Kurger will come in to run for Harati. And it'll be the DP Alyssa Frey with the bases juiced here for TIU. Their best chance at scoring runs since that home run from Storr in the second. Just one gone here in the top of the fifth, and TIU down by 6. First one lifted into the air. It'll sail out of play over our heads. Strike number 1. Frey 0 for 2 this afternoon. Struck out swinging in the first and then lined out to West at short to end the third inning for Trinity International. Nowhere to put Frey, the 0-1. Floats high, snagged on the end of the glove by Whitman. Pops out of the crouch and makes a snag. You don't see a lot of pass balls or wild pitches allow folks to score from third because the backstop is so close to home plate. But taking a big step was Navoy, who thought about it. Percival's behind her at second, and the pinch runner is Kurger over at first. 1-1, 1 out, top of the fifth, base is full. Off the end of the bat, and this one will tail foul, now 1-2. Top of the fifth, the Trojans have used 8 in the bottom of the third to the 2-run deficit into an 8-2 advantage. But TIU threatening here with the bases loaded and only 1 out in the top of the fifth. 1-2 to Frey, the DP. High and away for ball 2, good eye. Frey came in going 2 for 5 in the first series of the year for Trinity International. 0 for 2 today with the first baseman Anderson lurking on deck. Here's the 2-2 from Evans. Off the end of the bat, it will go foul and it remains a 2-2 count. So we're going to hear one of the Taylor players getting some warm-up swings in the batting cage to our left, just in case she's needed when the bottom of the fifth rolls around. But still work to do here with 1 out and the bases full in the top half of the inning. Swing and a miss and a big K for Evans as Frey strikes out for the second time today. 8th one for Maddie Evans. And there are 2 outs here in the fifth with the bases still full for Trinity International.
Now batting number 12, Heather Anderson.
Naveau, Percival, Harati, third to first the runners. Anderson to right field. Grimm coming in. It'll land in front of her. Scores at least 1. Grimm comes up throwing with that missile left hand. And it'll be just an RBI single. Cuts the deficit to 5 here for TIU. But a nice job by Anderson to sit back and bloop it into right field. Her first hit of the day.
33, Brittany Knox.
Scores Naveau from third, and the base is still full here for Trinity International. It'll be Brittany Knox, the lefty left fielder, with the bases still juiced. Squirts one on the dirt, sliding and stopping it will be Ashton Whitman, ball 1. Knox 0 for 2 today, a ground out to Tucker and a strikeout swinging her last time up in the fourth. Wind blows out slightly towards left field. Second one up high, 1-0. Now 2-0, excuse me. And then time is called as Ashton Whitman comes out to talk things over with Evans in the circle. A couple of walks here for TIU. A walk to Naveau, then a single by Percival, a walk to Harati, all with 1 out. And they were full then. Frey struck out on 1 low, then a 1-pitch single by Anderson to right field. Brought in Naveau. That's the 3rd run of the day for TIU. They have yet to score more than 1 run in an inning so far today, but they threaten massively here with the bases full of TIU players. Just 5 hits for TIU today, and their only 2 extra base hits have brought in runs. The home run by Storr in the third and the double by Percival in the first. The Trojans of Taylor, meanwhile, 8 runs, 10 hits, but they have been a little sloppy defensively today with a couple of errors. And the meeting in the circle will come to a close at the wishing of our home plate umpire, Michael Pinnell. The batter will be Brittany Knox. She's ahead in the count 2-0. And the base is full of TIU Trojans. Evans readies and comes home. Swing and a miss. On a fastball up high. First strike to Knox, who again is 0 for 2 today. No one in the bottom third of the order has gotten a hit just yet. The 2-1. Outside corner, thinking about it and thinking better of it was Knox, 3-1. So nowhere to put her, as that was the 100th pitch thrown from Evans here today. 2 outs, bases full, top of the 5th, a 3-1 count to the left fielder Knox. The pitch from Evans, and the count will go full as that one fouled, catching the net behind home plate. 2 outs, the bases full, 1 run already in for Trinity International, cutting their deficit down to 5 at 8-3. Evans readies, the payoff pitch. Lined into left center field. Abruzzo tracking. Won't be able to get to it. 1 run already in. Here comes 2. They'll wave the 3rd one around. West will cut it off, but it'll be a 3 RBI double for Brittany Knox. Her first hit of the day goes opposite way to the left center field gap. And TIU right back into it, down by 2 as they've scored 4 here in the 5th inning. And that will be the end of the line here for Maddie Evans. We'll take a break and introduce you to the new Taylor pitcher when we come back here on the Trojans Sports Network.
What limits you? Too small, too old, insecure, broken. You have no limits. Rethink your limits.
Back here at Gudakun's Field, a couple defensive switches. Maddie Evans out from the circle. Cassie Lewis will come in to pitch for her. Evans will go to play third. Taylor Wilson, the original third baseman, will bump out to left field and take the spot of Aaliyah Rastetter. Cassie Lewis is 1-1 this year, a 4.08 ERA. She appears in her 9th game this season, her 7th in relief. Has 24 innings this season. Has struck out 8 and walked 17. And we are ready to go with 4 runs in here for Trinity International. The last one coming on a bases-loaded 3 RBI double for Brittany Knox. First one that Lewis will face is the third baseman Lenski. And a fastball on the inside half is called for a strike. Evans responsible for the runner over there at second base. She went 4 2/3, allowed 6 hits, 6 runs, 5 earned. Struck out 8 and walked 3. And Lewis's second one in there, same spot. 0-2 to Lenski. Lewis tries to get out of the inning, with the Trojans still ahead by 2 with a tying run at the plate. Third one. Hard hit left side, docks down, getting it back as Evans throws it across the diamond, and they get Lenski out by a couple of steps. Good job by Evans to stick with it. But 4 runs here in the top of the 5th for TIU have brought them back to within a deuce here after 4.5 on the Trojan Sports Network.
Ivanhoe's has been serving Taylor students since 1965, when Ivan and Carol Slane purchased the restaurant. Located on Main Street, Ivanhoe's is less than a mile from the Taylor campus and is open 7 days a week. The menu features choices for lunch, dinner, as well as 100 different milkshakes and sundaes. Customers can find other dessert items as well. The staff is proud to support Taylor University and appreciates the support of Ivanhoe's through the years.
School just got let out at Woodland High School. The man, the myth, the legend, Barry Ely's joined us now over there coaching first for the Trojans. He's missed a good one here through 4.5. Taylor's 6-run lead is now down to 2 after TIU scores 4 in the top of the 5th. 5, 6, and 7 coming up for the home team here in the 5th, and it'll be Kristen Mahalik. Taylor scored all 8 of their runs in one inning. That was in the 3rd, with a pair of home runs in there as well. In that 3rd, Mahalik walked and scored on the double from Ashton Whitman. It's still Haley Baker in the circle here for TIU. All but one of the runs have been earned today against Baker. The righty comes home. Mahalik golfs it down the right field line. Just foul by about a foot. 1 ball and 1 strike. Kristen 0 for 1 batting for the 3rd time. Popped out to the first baseman Anderson in the 2nd. Baker peers in, hops up on the balls of her feet. And the 1-1. Inside. And good eyes from Mahalik. It's 2-1. Kristen, the top batter for the Trojans this year, coming in with that .486 average. Team leading 17 hits and 3 homers coming in. Also the leader in RBI with 14. Looking for that first hit here. Loops one in, does Baker. And it hits the outside corner. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Mahalik leading things off in the bottom of the 5th. Taylor ahead by 2. The 2-2 from Baker. Ground ball to the left, and it'll go foul. Caitlin Grimm waits on deck for TU. Sun setting back to our left on a day that has reached the upper 60s here in the early part of March. Best day so far, 2021 here on the Taylor campus. 2-2 again to Mahalik. Good eyes. That one sails way into the opposite batter's box. And the count is full to the Taylor leadoff batter here in the 5th inning. An 8-6 Taylor lead with all 8 of those runs coming in the 3rd, as we mentioned. The payoff pitch from Baker. Mahalik watches that one loop high and in. It'll be another walk. Second one allowed by Baker today. Both, ironically enough, have been to Mahalik. And Taylor has the leadoff runner on here for themselves. And a pinch runner will come in here for Mahalik over at first. Looks to be Nicole Brindle. And it will be. Taylor's got those numbers on the front and back, so it's pretty easy to see 34 jogging out there.
Pinch running for Taylor, number 34, Nicole Brindle.
Brindle's been lauded by her teammates as the fastest player on the Trojan roster. Played JV as a freshman, was a pinch runner a year ago. And has brought that role back as a speed demon on the bases. Taylor trying to find some more breathing room as they lead by 2 batting in the bottom of the 5th. And it'll be Caitlin Grimm to bat here, who's 1 for 2 on the day. Righty versus lefty. Baker comes home. Grimm takes on the outside corner for a called strike 1. Caitlin singled and scored on the Evans home run in the third when Taylor put 12 batters to the plate, scoring 8 runs on 8 hits. Ground ball on the 0-1 swing, pulled to the right, foul, 0-2. Ashton Whitman to follow Grimm here as she spins the black and white bat in her hands and steps in. It's Brindle running for Mahalik at first after the leadoff walk for the Taylor first baseman. 0-2 though to Grimm, the right fielder. Takes one here and will send it out of play to the left on a fastball across the heart of the plate. Thirteenth game of the season for Taylor. They come in 8-4. Trinity International, it's their third contest. They're 2-0. Another 2-strike pitch to Grimm. Sits on one up high, ball 4 as that one came in at the chin. Now, Brindle's going to run. No one covering second. She'll slide in safe. Nobody home. And Brindle wisely just scampers on down to second, steals it. And the Trojans have a runner in scoring position with Grimm down on the count 1-2. But more crafty base running there by Taylor as Brindle saw nobody home for a mile at second. And she was in there with ease. 1-2 to Grimm. Inside pitch popped into the air left side. Lloyd, the shortstop, calls everybody off, makes the catch above her head as she had to range all the way to the left field foul line. Makes an acrobatic catch as her body was moving away from the ball to twist around to get it. And a pop-out brings out number 1 on the board and brings Ashton Whitman to the plate for the third time today.
Now batting number 11, Ashton Whitman.
Whitman with a double her last time up, was her 4th one of the year. And she's got a runner in scoring position here trying to increase Taylor's 2-run lead. First offering low from Baker, 1-0. And Whitman might have been the player that was the one that might have been hurt the most from last year's pandemic-shortened season. She just tore the cover off the ball, particularly here in the doubleheader against Indiana Wesleyan. Looked prime for a breakout sophomore year. Second one inside 2-0. And you can see after struggling to find a place in the lineup her freshman season, trying to, again, make that conversion from baseball to softball, a shorter swing and everything else that comes with that. But the light bulb had gone off a season ago as she hits this one hard left side. Loy, as it goes between her wickets, it'll roll by. Brindle hot off a second, and this one thrown to the on-deck circle. Now Brindle's going to advance to third. Whitman up to second on a poor throw from Lloyd to no man's land. An E6 will move everybody up. And at second and third, with one out for Maddie Evans. So an error on the ground ball by Loy. She kind of knocked it around, so right between her legs, couldn't get to it. Second error of the day.
Now batting number 32, Maddie Evans.
And there might be another error or two on the bad throw, allowed everyone to move up. So time will be called as the pitching coach for Trinity International comes out to talk things over with the infield. First one to Maddie Evans, who went deep her last time up with a 3-run bomb. First one from Baker, a called strike on the outside corner. To finish that thought on Ashton Whitman, she just went bonkers with a bunch of extra base hits against Iwu here almost a year ago on March 11th, and then the season came to a close, and what looked to be a promising sophomore season was cut short for 11 in pinstripes. Second one, 2-0 as Evans, or 1-1 as Evans lays off the second one. Maddie is yet to be retired today. Singled and scored in the third. Then hit the 3-run homer in the third inning. The second such home run for Taylor in that third stanza when they scored 8. She's got 2 on here with 1 out in the 5th. Breaking ball away, and Baker keeping everything away from 32's bat. 2-1. Not a bad plan to do as Cassie Lewis waits on deck. So 2 errors on that play, both against Loy. First misplayed grounder, then the poor throw that moved everybody up. Evans up in the count, 2-1. Baker comes home, low and away, and she's doing everything she can to keep the ball close to the plate, but not close enough to let Evans take a good hack at it. And it's 3-1 with first base open. And Cassie Lewis, the pitcher, standing on deck for Taylor. Brindle with her speed at third, Whitman behind her at second. Off speed, Evans watches that one float in for a called strike 2 to move the count to full. Good pitch there from Baker. She went away for 4 or 5 pitches in a row, then came right back across the heart with that slow-moving changeup. It's a full count with 1 out. Taylor leading by a deuce here in the bottom of the 5th. The payoff from Baker. Sitting on it is Evans, and she'll loop it into left field. She went down to a knee. Brindle already home. Whitman digging in. There's Evans scampering on to second as Evans pumps her fist back to the Taylor dugout. It's a 10-5 Taylor lead as Evans went down to a knee and loops one into left field. And this might be a pitching change coming up here for Trinity International, and it will be. 10-6 the Taylor lead here with 1 gone in the 5th.
Ivanhoe's has been serving Taylor students since 1965 when Ivan and Carol Slane purchased the restaurant. Located on Main Street, Ivanhoe's is less than a mile from the Taylor campus and is open 7 days a week. The menu features choices for lunch, dinner, as well as 100 different milkshakes and sundaes. Customers can find other dessert items as well. The staff is proud to support Taylor University and appreciates the support of Ivanhoe's through the years.
Two runs already in for Taylor here in the 5th. Cassie Lewis will bat for the first time today, the lefty pitcher. And that one in the dirt. Maddie Evans over at second base after her 2 RBI double. First time we've seen Lewis batting today. The pitcher is Alyssa Frey. The DP will move to pitcher. Her first time in relief this season. She has a 1-0 overall record. 3 hits allowed, no runs, 14 Ks, and only 1 strikeout. And she'll drop a strike in here. It's 1-1. $11 hits for Taylor today. 1 already here in the 5th and 2 runs already home. 1 out to Lewis, the lefty, trying to slap her way on. This one is at the ankle tops. If that is a thing, it's 2-1. And if it isn't, it is now for the time being. Lewis, a 5'8 junior out of Dayton, Ohio. They've been really excited to see how she's been able to grow since her freshman season. Tries to slap it on here and will be an undercut there, fouling it backwards. It's 2-2. Inning started off with a Mahalik walk. Brindle came into pinch run for her. And then Grimm popped out. Whitman advanced, got on base thanks to a fielding error by Loy and then a throwing error. Moved the runners to second and third. Evans drove him in, and she went down to a knee and looped a double down the left field line. 2-2 to Lewis. Slapping here. Little duck out of the way from West in the on-deck circle. And the count still sits at 2-2 as Lewis batting for the first time here today after coming in relief for the starter Maddie Evans in the circle. Cassie still looking for her first hit. She's 0 for 2 this year with a couple of strikeouts. Off the end of the bat, looping it foul to the end of the dugout. and folks go scampering for safety. It still remains even at 2-2. 11 hits for the Trojans today. 3 have been for extra bases. Actually make it 4 with 2 doubles and 2 home runs. 2-2 to Lewis. Late swing on the slap attempt, and it'll sail out of play to the left. Third foul ball by 23 in white and pinstripes. And it remains a 2-2 count with 1 gone. West waits on deck. Evans is at second after the 2 RBI double. 2-2 to Lewis. She'll swing and miss at 1 low, dropped by Harati. And they'll call it for a clean strikeout. So Lewis still in search of that first hit. 2 outs for Taylor here in the 5th. And back to the top of the order we go in Emma West. Harati allowed just 3 hits in the Ripon series last week. Here's Emma West, who's 1 for 3 on the afternoon. Opposite batter's box. Ball 1 to West. The good news for Emma, even though she's 1 for 3, if trends continue, she would get a single here since she's alternated a ground out to Loy at short and a single her 3 times at the plate previous to this. Second one, chopping it left side, but it goes foul. And it's 2-0. Evans at second, bottom of the 5th, and the home opener doubleheader game 1 between the Trojans of Taylor and the Trojans of Trinity International. Evans at second, the now third baseman after her 2 RBI double. The ball and a strike to West, and the slapper will keep the bat back, taking it 2-1. Frey, the 5'9" redshirt freshman, transferred in from Liberty University, one of the better D1 mid-major programs at the NCAA level. Fourth one to West, infield playing in, popped into the air, and not able to make a diving catch was Harati, but not for an excellent effort. Tracked it, went full extension with that left arm, and it just ticked off the end of her mitt. And West will stay alive to see at least one more pitch. The count goes to 2-2. Wonderful effort there by Harati as she got the mask off just a little bit late, but that ball was diving down after she ditched the mask and almost pulled in a fantastic catch behind home plate. 2 balls and 2 strikes, 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th. Taylor's gotten 2 of the 4 runs they allowed in the top half of this inning back. 2-2 West, chokes up and lines it in the left. She'll get another single. Evans will round third. They'll hit the brakes as coming up throwing was Knox, and then West will just go, I'm going to take second anyway since no one's watching me. Smart base running displayed again by the home team, and it's second and third here for Kara Tucker. So West has alternated ground outs and hits, and that continues, and that's a good thing for Taylor. A 10-6 Taylor lead here in the bottom of the 5th. They've gotten 2 of the 4 runs they allowed in the top half of this inning back, and here's the second baseman, Kara Tucker. Fastball low from Frey for a ball. Tucker 0 for 2 today, but the first 2 she had a double and then a fly out to right have been well-struck balls. Frey down the middle. Tucker will take it for a strike to even the count at 1-1. And plenty of speed out there if Kara can get a ball to the outfield. With Evans at third and then the blindingly fast West behind her at second base as the wind picks up a little bit here at Gudekunz Field. Frey crouches, 1-1 in. Tucker golfs it to center field, landing in front of Storr. 1 run already in. Here comes West, the throw from center, not in time as she goes diving head first. And the Trojans get all 4 runs back that they gave up in the top of the 5th here in the bottom of the 5th. It's a 2 RBI single for Tucker, and the Trojan lead right back up to 6. And here comes Kanai.
Now batting number 2, Lauren Kanai.
Kanai a 2 for 3 afternoon in game 1. First pitch sits on it for ball 1 upstairs. That's now 13 hits for the Trojans today. 11 of them to the starter Baker. Her line comes to a close. with 11 of the 12 runs to her credit. Breaking ball outside corner, 2-0 to Kanai. The 2-0. Right at the letters, just a whisker high, 3-0 to Kanai. She's the 8th batter of the inning for the Trojans. Let me change that. 10 of the runs credited to the starter, Baker. The last 2 that came in are to West. 3-0. That's a 4-pitch walk, and the Trojans will put 9 batters to the plate for the second time today. And here comes Taylor Wilson, the left fielder. Actually, take that back. 11 of the 12 charged to Baker. West, the only one that scored on the Tucker RBI, the only one that's faced Frey that scored. 2 on. Fastball down the middle. Wilson takes it for a strike. Taylor today 0 for 3, one of the few Taylor batters that has yet to record a hit this afternoon. She'd love to change that here with Taylor on top 12-6 with 2 gone in the bottom of the 5th. Second one high and away, 1-1. With Tucker dancing off a second and Kanai behind her at first after the 2-out walk. A ball and a strike to Wilson. Golfs this one low, and it'll sail out of play to the right, 1-2. 4 runs in for the Trojans here in this 5th inning on 3 hits and 2 TIU errors. The 1-2 to Wilson. Swings and foul tips in the glove of Harati. Good job by the catcher to hold on to it. But Taylor gets all 4 runs back that they gave up here in the top of the 5th through 5. It's Taylor 12 and Trinity International 6 here on the Trojan Sports Network.
Ivanhoe's has been serving Taylor students since 1965 when Ivan and Carol Slane purchased the restaurant. Located on Main Street, Ivanhoe's is less than a mile from the Taylor campus and is open 7 days a week. The menu features choices for lunch, dinner, as well as 100 different milkshakes and sundaes. Customers can find other dessert items as well. The staff is proud to support Taylor University and appreciates the support of Ivanhoe's through the years.
Two 2-0 as Lewis starts her first full inning of work. Here for the shortstop, Gina Loy, batting out of the 9 spot. We're in the top of the 6th. Taylor on top 12-6 in an offensive-filled game 1 of our doubleheader. The third one called for a strike. Loy trying to avoid striking out for the 3rd time here this afternoon. Lewis in search of her first strikeout. Just missing below the knees, and the count goes to 3-1 to the leadoff batter in the 6th here for TIU. Chopper up the middle. Lewis will snag it on the end of the mitt, turns and gets the out at first. Excellent play by Lewis in the circle. 1 up and 1 down. Just snapped at that ball like a Venus flytrap and gets the out at first. Then Cassie will ditch the
Now
armband.
batting
And
number 1, Kristen
as we go
Storr.
back to the top of the order for Kristen Storr and Lauren Naveau. 8 runs combined between the two teams in that 5th inning, each scoring 4. So the difference still remained that 8-run bottom of the 3rd for the Trojans of Taylor after falling behind 2-0. A warm burner in skies, skips, and it's ball 1 to Storr, who's 1 for 3 today, having the first home run for TIU in the season to lead things off in that 3rd stanza for the visiting Trojans to push their lead to 2-0. Since then, they've been trailing ever since. Second one from Lewis, down the middle, squirts up the middle. Tucker dives, won't be able to snag it in. It'll bounce into center field. Second hit of the day for Storr, and the 7th one for TIU, and the visiting Trojans have got a runner on with 1 out here in the top half of the 6th.
Now batting number 4, Lauren Naveau.
It'll be Lauren Naveau, the second baseman, who's had an eventful day at the plate. She scored twice as she bats for the 4th time today. Infield plays a double play depth. A breaking ball low in the turf, or low in the dirt, 1-0. Naveau reached on the air by Abruzzo in the 1st, scored the first run of the day for TIU, and then scored an RBI single by Heather Anderson in the 3rd. Bouncer up the middle. Taylor might be able to turn 2. Lewis down the 2nd. Tucker on to 1st, and it pulls Mahalik off the bag. So 2 outs on the board. It's going to be a tough one as Lewis had to wait for that ball to bounce to her in the circle. They get the lead runner out at 2nd. A fielder's choice gets Naveau over to 1st, but there are 2 gone for TIU here in the 6th. And it brings up the right fielder, Dana Percival, who's 2 for 3 on the afternoon. Low, checks her swing, does Percival.
Now batting number
Good
10,
job,
Dana Percival.
1-0. A tantalizing pitch that the bottom dropped down on as it went just below her knees. Percival, a good day at the dish, 2 for 3, with an RBI double in the 1st and a single and a run scored in the 5th. Lewis burns one low and in on the shoe tops, 2-0. Percival struck out her only other time up so far today. That was all against the starter, Maddie Evans, as Lewis comes in relief in her first full inning of work here. 3rd one, Percival lifts it towards center field. Abruzzo right there makes the easy catch at her shoulder, and TIU leaves one stranded. The visiting Trojans have stranded 6. We're through 5.5 here from Gudakuntz Field. It's Taylor 12, Trinity International 6 here on the Trojan Sports Network.
What limits you? Too small, too old, insecure, broken. You have no limits. Rethink your limits.
3 defensive subs here for Trinity International. Waverly Miller comes into play left field for Brittany Knox. Kayla Stacy replaces Percival in right field. And last but not least, Megan Ramsayer is in at first in place of Heather Anderson. First full inning in the circle for Frey. And she'll square off with Kristen Mahalik, who's quickly up 3-0 to start off the top of the 6th. And Taylor ahead 12-6 here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Mahalik with a pair of walks today, batting for the 4th time. First pitch swinging towards the new right fielder, Stacy. It'll go over her head as she slips slightly. Mahalik already setting her sights on second base. It'll be the 14th hit of the afternoon for Taylor and the first hit for Mahalik. It's a double for her, her first double this season. For the young lady that came in slugging .743, her first double this season. Impressive. And a pinch hitter will come in for the Trojans and Alexi Clay. So a good-looking swing there from Mahalik. And a late swing, and Alexi Clay will come in to pinch hit. We talked about Mahalik's shoulder surgery. Same thing for Clay. Had shoulder surgery about a year or so ago on her right shoulder. Has made the return here. She is the niece of Taylor head women's basketball coach Jody Martinez. So cousins of his daughters Hannah Martinez, who played for the Taylor women's soccer team. And also of Jocelyn Martinez, the Taylor women's basketball manager. First one to Clay low for a ball, with Mahalik standing at second base. Clay 0 for 1 this year, playing in her 3rd game. 5'6" junior out of South Bend, Indiana, went to Penn High School. Sits on one here at the belt, low and away for strike number 1. Alexi's sister just finished her freshman season playing for the women's soccer team over at Indiana Wesleyan. No outs are in the bottom of the 6th. Taylor up by 6. 1-1. A spinner up top. It's 2-1 to Clay, who pinch hits for Caitlin Grimm, who's 1 for 3 on the afternoon. The catcher Ashton Whitman waiting on deck for the home team. Frey crouches, 2-1 in off the end of the bat. Clay will foul it backwards, and it's 2-2. First game of the doubleheader between Taylor and Trinity International. And the sun setting behind us on a beautiful afternoon in Upland, Indiana. Temperatures in the high 60s, plenty of sunshine. But it will get kind of cool as the night wears on. 2-2 to Clay. Sits on one upstairs. Good eye, and the count goes full, 3-2. Nobody going after the Mahalik double to the right field corner. And Taylor trying to get 2 more on here, leading by 6. Payoff to Clay. Golfs it right side. Going up and unable to make the catch was Ramsayer, but it was in foul territory when she touched it. Clay got down there, and Ramsayer had to fight the sun and first base as her feet got a little tripped up there on the bag. Still had the ball come down on like the heel of her glove. Just couldn't squeeze it tightly enough. And it deflects away as she trying to make the catch in foul ground. Taylor head coach Aaron Bellinger asking for an explanation. She thought that Ramsayer was in fair territory, but it looks like she touched it in foul ground. But now Michael Pennell, our home plate umpire, and Paul Williams, our field umpire, will have a chat here to figure out just exactly where was Ramsayer when she made contact with the ball. Because if she touches the ball when it's in fair territory and it goes foul, it's still a fair ball. And Clay would probably be at first because she beat the throw there. So we have a conversation, and it will be a foul ball. Ramsayer was right there, straddling the foul line and first base. She started off in fair territory, then kind of came over to foul ground. That was tough. I mean, that thing was right down the line and right down the middle. Bellinger disagrees over there in the third base coach's box. As the foul ball remains 3-2 to Alexi Clay, the pinch hitter here for Caitlin Grimm. Mahalik led the inning off with a double. She stands at second base. Another 3-2 from Frey to Clay. Swings and he'll get away from the catcher Harati. Clay digging down to first. And she'll be in there safe on the drop third strike. Move Mahalik up to third base. So it goes down as a strikeout for Frey. But the drop third strike will put Clay down at first. Runners of the corners for Ashton Whitman. Fastball there against Harati, the catcher. And here's Whitman with 2 on and nobody out. First pitch, trying to send that one to the moon, and he'll just clip it below for a strike on a foul ball. Ashton today is 1 for 3, but has reached base safely twice. Reached on the error by Loy in the 5th, and then doubled home a run in the 3rd. Mahalik showing a lap with Lenski at 3rd. Breaking ball to the opposite corner. And it's called for a strike to Whitman as Clay takes a healthy lead at first, waiting for Harati to walk out from behind the plate and finally throw the ball into the circle. 0-2 to Whitman with nobody out, and Evans, the third baseman, waiting on deck. 0-2. Whitman, hard hit left side. Miller going back. It will get out of here for a home run, and the Trojans will win game 1 on their 3rd 3-run home run to finish it. Here in game 1, Whitman with spirit hands as she rounds 3rd. 15-6 will be your game 1 final as the Trojans take game 1 in convincing fashion, and they'll go for the doubleheader sweep when we come back in about 20 to 25 minutes. We're back after this for game 2 on the Trojan Sports Network.
The decision you're making is about so much more than where you'll spend the next 4 years. It's about how you'll live the next 40. So let me break down the Taylor University experience. We integrate faith and learning to become well-rounded, lifelong learners, while delivering a deeper knowledge of our specific areas of study. Whether you're producing award-winning films, building satellites for NASA, or preparing for a national ethics debate, Taylor will push you to excel in your field. But excellence isn't always about having the right answers. Sometimes it's about asking the right questions. Taylor is interdenominational. That means we can't always fall back on specific church doctrine to settle issues. We rely on scripture and the dynamic nature of iron sharpening iron to better know the God who's not afraid of our question. Much of this happens in the small town of Upland, Indiana, the place where Taylor does life together. But don't let this small town fool you. The schedule is packed with things to do, and through these activities, faculty, staff, and students become more than individuals occupying the same address. They become a community. But this community isn't limited to the campus. We travel, boy do we travel. We are ranked as one of the top 10 schools in the country for overseas experiences. But it isn't just about the going. It's about the sharing of those experiences and being challenged by those who come to Upland as their international experience. Taylor is one of a few Christian colleges that expects all students to have a relationship with Jesus Christ. Now, this doesn't mean Taylor is a Christian Disneyland full of cardboard cutout perfection. Taylor is full of real people with real problems, and living together can get kind of messy. But in that mess, we take Jesus' call from John 13 seriously. We practice picking up our towel and dealing with the mess in each other's lives. We're not here just to follow the rules for 4 years. Instead, we hope to learn to live authentic lives, calling each other to lives of meaning. Every day, our focus remains on the 40, not just the 4. We'd love to show you more about Taylor. Come visit, sit in on a class, go to chapel, spend a night in a residence hall. Experience the difference for yourself.
Game 2 about to begin here from Gudekunst Field. Taylor wins 15-6 in Game 1 on the back of three-run home runs. And they look to keep it rolling here in Game 2. In the circle for the Trojans is Lauren Kanai, a 3.67 ERA for Lowe this season. In her senior year, a 3-2 overall record as she starts her 5th game and appears in her 6th. Kristen Storer had a home run in Game number 1. Will lead it off for TIU in Game 2, and we are underway at a brisk 5:40 p.m. And it's ball 1 to Storer. The defense behind Kanai, Taylor Wilson starts in left, Alexia Bruzzo in center, Caitlin Grimm in right. So the only change is that it'll be Wilson starting in left instead of moving to left. She was the starting third baseman in Game 1. Kanai's second one, low and in, 2-0. Maddie Evans is at third, Emma West is at short, Kara Tucker at second, Kristen Mahalik is at first, and Ashton Whitman is behind the plates. In the flex spot will be Cassie Lewis. 2-0 to Kristen Storer. On the third one, ground ball left side coming in as Evans from third. Kanai crouches down, a missile over, caught at the knees by Mahalik. A 5-3 putout is how game number 1 will start. So Storer retired, and he'll bring up Lauren Naveau, the second baseman.
Batting number 4, Lauren Naveau.
Naveau, Percival, Haradi, Anderson, Knox, Lenski, Loy, and Stacy. The order for TIU in Game 2 as they drop their first game of the season in Game 1. Change up from Kanai, drops in for a strike, 0-1. Naveau reached base safely twice, went 0 for 3 in the opener. Second one from Kanai up high, 1-0. Naveau reached on an error and scored in the first inning of Game 1. She walked and scored a run as well in the 5th of Game 1. One out, nobody on. And a strike right at the letters, up and in to the lefty Naveau, 1-2. Percival to follow. Naveau, the second baseman here in Game 2, batting in the second spot just like she did in the opener about 25 minutes ago. 1-2 from Kanai. Off speed, lifted into the air, making contact and staying alive is Naveau. And the count remains at a ball and 2 strikes. Taylor in their new white uniforms with the purple pinstripes, the purple Taylor and script across the front, numbers on the front and back. TIU in the road gray jerseys with blue numbers and blue letters. Off speed at the knees, good frame by Whitman to bring it up to the zone for a called strike 3. 2 up and 2 down here in the top of the first for Trinity International. And it was Evans who got the win in game number 1, had 8 strikeouts in that showing. Here's Dana Percival, the first baseman. Ground ball left side, first pitch, go down to get it as West, on to first, and a 3 up, 3 down, top of the first is in the books here from Gudekunst Field. When we come back, Taylor bats for the first time in game number 2, looking for the doubleheader sweep. That's next here on the Trojan Sports Network.
What limits you? Too small, too old, insecure, broken. You have no limits. Rethink your limits.
Sun setting back to our left as the Trojans bat for the first time here in game 2. It'll bring up the shortstop, Emma West. The starter is Alyssa Frey, who came in relief in game number 1. A little chop from West will bounce foul, 0-1. West, Tucker, Kanai, the first 3 up for Taylor, then Wilson, Mahalik, Grimm, Whitman, Evans, and Abruzzo. Frey came into the day. She started both games for TIU against Ripon last week, went 1-0, went 8 innings, struck out 14, walked 1. She lasted just 2/3 of an inning in game 1. Little check swing liner to the left on a slapper from West, and she continues her nice day with a leadoff single here in the bottom of the first for Taylor. West was 2 for 4 in game 1 with 2 singles and 2 ground outs. Kara Tucker steps in. She had a good afternoon at the plate in game 1, getting a couple of hits.
Now batting number 9, Kara Tucker.
Leadoff batter on for the second baseman, Tucker, who was 2 for 4 with a double, and this one a wild pitch in the dirt from Frey. Already getting a good lead was the speedy West, and she scampers down to second on the wild pitch. And a runner quickly in scoring position for Taylor with a ball to Kara Tucker. Kara had a double and a 2 RBI single in the opener, going 2 for 4. But her fly out to right in the Trojan bottom of the third kickstarted an 8-run home half of the third inning for Taylor that turned the game from down 2-0 to up 8-2. Low below the knees, called for ball 2. Paul Williams behind the plate here in game number 2. And Michael Pinnell is out in the field umpiring. 2-0 to Tucker. Came into the day batting .242. Inside pitch, and Tucker will take it for strike number 1. Trying to get on here with the pitcher Kanai waiting on deck, and no score for Taylor, but a leadoff single for West, and she's standing at second after a wild pitch. The 2-1. Breaking ball outside part of the plate, slapping at it and sending it foul is Tucker. And the count goes to 2-2. Taylor won game 1 15-6. Again, 3 3-run home runs. They threaten here with nobody out in the bottom half of the first. 2-2 from Frey to Tucker. Sits on one, pulls it to the left, and it'll bounce foul. Count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes. Tucker with Kanai to follow, then Wilson and Mahalik. 4 and 5. It looks like all but one of the Taylor players that started the game in game 1 collected a hit. Tucker had a couple. 2-2 here. Off the end of the bat, golfing it foul. It'll curl out of play. And the count remains even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Tucker known for her defensive prowess, but the big thing that head coach Aaron Bellinger has really applauded Kara for in the last couple of months is how she's really worked at her approach at the plate. And it's really paid off for Kara, as we mentioned, batting .242, but really struggled at the plate a season ago before the 2020 campaign was cut short. Gray crouches, and 2-2 upstairs. Good eye from Kara. It's 3-2 on the pitch from Frey. Long shadows being cast across the dirt here at Gudekunst Field. West with her leadoff single and a wild pitch has got her standing at second. Frey spins the ball on her right hip, now comes ready. And the payoff home to Tucker. And they'll be low for ball 4. The first two batters have reached base safely for the Trojans, and they're both at first and second for the pitcher, Lauren Kanai. Brittany Knox is in left, Kristen Storer in center, Kayla Stacy's in right, Madison Lenski at third, Gina Loy is at short, Lauren Naveau is at second, Dana Percival is at first base, and Heather Anderson doing the catching for TIU. Kanai shows bunt. This one goes out of the glove of Anderson. It'll be a pass ball, and the runners will be safe at second or third. They were going anyway as Kanai tried to lay the bunt down. But move them up to second and third. It's ball one to Kanai. And that one could really go either way. You could give it a stolen base. Since both runners were going, we'll give it a stolen base, since they were both going before the ball popped out of the glove of Anderson. So stolen bases for West and Tucker. And now they're at second and third, and a hit to the outfield will score at least one. Kanai leans back, and the count 2-0. Lauren had one of those 3-run homers for Taylor in game one. That really kick-started and kicked that third inning into high gear to give Taylor the lead for good, to put them from down 2-1 to up 4-2. And the Trojans never looked back. Taylor did in game one. This is a pass ball through Anderson's glove, running and diving in head first is West. She gets that white uniform dirty, and the Trojans lead 1-0 on the pass ball from Anderson. And also moved Tucker up to third base. And the count 3-0 to Lauren Kanai. Fourth best batter for the Trojans when the day started with a .359 average. And Lauren was 2 for 3 in game one with a 3-run homer, a single, and a walk. 3-0 here. Inside pitch called for strike number one. With Tucker down at third. Kanai way ahead in the count 3-1 against Alyssa Frey, the transfer from Liberty University. Nods, gets the sign from the catcher Anderson, comes home, off the end of the bat, and the count will run full. Same first 8 batters that Taylor had in game one, they have here in game two. Full count after the foul ball to Kanai. Nobody out, runner home, runner at third, and Kanai will take a late swing, fouls it up into the netting, and it remains full. And a late swing there from Two and White, just trying to protect. With Tucker at third after her walk, and the pass ball got her over there. The 3-2 from Frey. Low, golfing at it and staying alive. Staying alive is Kanai. The home run for Lauren, her second of the season. She also became the second Taylor player to get over 10 runs batted in this season. Evans then followed later in that inning to also crack the 10-plus RBI mark. Payoff again from Frey down the middle of the plate, and good protective swing from Kanai to foul it off to the right, out of play. Fourth straight foul ball by Kanai, third one coming with 2 strikes. As the sun sets, the temperatures get cooler as the folks in the dugout start to grab for longer sleeve jackets and pants if need be. Runner at third, 1 run in, 3-2 count to Kanai, and there's ball 4 on the opposite batter's box, and they're going to be at the corners with 1 out for Taylor Wilson, and the Trojans on top, 1-0. The Taylor Trojans, that would be. Two on, nobody out. First 3 batters have all reached base safely here. Single and then walk and a walk. And here's Taylor Wilson, the Trojan Taylor left fielder. Sits on 1 up high, and it's ball 1.
Now batting for the Trojans, number 27, Taylor Wilson.
Wilson went 0 for 4 in game 1. Just tries to dial in things offensively here. Second one. Belt high, outside part of the plate, taken for a strike, 1-1. Then Kanai double steal down to second, coming at home. Tucker slides right. Oh, they get the tag with Anderson at the plate. Move Kanai over to third. It looked like Tucker got underneath the tag of Anderson, but she must have gotten the glove down right before. Tucker came in. The Trojans went for the double steal. Kanai got it at second, but then a 2, then either 4 or 6, and then 2. Throw out at home. They get Tucker caught stealing for the first out here of the inning. But then with all that going on over at home plate, Kanai has made her way. And the count is 1 ball and 1 strike. So just 1 out for Wilson and a runner at third, 1 run, 1 out on the board. It's Kanai at third. Wilson chases one up high, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Taylor's been very aggressive on the base pass in game 1 and then right here in the bottom of the first. Trying to catch TIU napping. They were pretty successful out in the game 1, got a little slow here in game 2. Ball and 2 strikes to Wilson. Swings and misses at one on the outside part of the plate. Good placement there from Frey. Her first strikeout puts 2 outs on the board for the first baseman, Kristen Mahalik. Mahalik went 1 for 2 in 4 plate appearances in game number 1. The power hitting righty digs in. First one right at the letters, taken for strike number 1.
Now batting number 21, Kristen Mahalik.
It's Kanai over at third after the walk and a stolen, a double steal that resulted in Kanai safely at second, but Tucker was thrown out at home. For the first out of the inning, Taylor on top 1-0. With Kanai just down there at third. 0-1, Mahalik watches that one sail in about chin high. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Chris, in the top batting average for Taylor when play started today at .486. With the team leading 17 hits and 3 home runs. Also got her first double of the season in game 1. Third one from Frey. Belt high to the outside corner, taken for strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. So the Trojans got the first 3 batters to the plate and onto the bases, but so far only have 1 run to show for it. And they're down to their last strike here in the bottom of the first. Frey crouches and then steps off the mound. And Mahalik stays in the box. It was a time called for the catcher Anderson behind the plate. She readies. And the 1-2 to Mahalik. Taken inside, called for strike 3. Good looking pitch that was right there at the belt. Back-to-back strikeouts end the bottom of the first, but Taylor gets 1 run home, and after 1, it's Taylor 1, Trinity International nothing here on the Trojan Sports Network.
Greek's Pizzeria in Upland opened its doors in December of 2017. Over the years, there have been more than 140 Greeks opened across the country, with 24 Indiana locations. When it comes to pizza, Greeks offers customers the option to create their own pizza or to try one of Greek's specialized pizzas. Greeks uses fresh, homemade, hand-tossed dough, Greek's Italian sauce, select blended cheeses, gourmet toppings, and the same method of preparation since the first restaurant opened in 1969. The kitchen can also whip up a sandwich served on fresh French-style bread, or can put that sandwich into a pizza shell wrap. Customers can also add breadsticks or French-style bread as a side item. Greeks also offers a selection of salads and assorted dressings as well. Greeks is located just off Main Street in Upland and is a proud supporter of Taylor University Athletics. Greek's Pizzeria. It's our taste.
Through 1, Taylor leads 1-0 over Trinity International.
Batting number 11, Brooke Karate.
Brooke Harati will foul the first one she gets out of play to the left. She's the DP here in game number 2. That's a 1-0 Taylor lead. Easy work for Kanai in the first inning through just 9 pitches. And now she goes ahead 0-2 on a changeup up high. Harati, the catcher in game number 1, was not retired in her 3 plate appearances, going 1 for 1. Now she's retired here, frozen on the outside corner, a looking strikeout to start things off in the second. Second K for Lauren Kanai, and there's 1 out for TIU here in the second.
Now batting number 12, Heather Anderson.
And the batter will be Heather Anderson, the catcher, who played first in game 1. First pitch swinging, it'll go out of play to the right. Anderson in game 1 went 1 for 2 with an RBI single and a run scored and 2 strikeouts. Anderson was the best batter in the series against Ripon last week, going 4 for 6. Kanaya loops one in high and away, 1-1, ball 1. Third one, upstairs that Henderson cannot sit back on. Good pitch from Kanai. And the count moves to 1-2. Taylor with the win in game 1, now at 9-4. TIU 2-1. Anderson protects the outside part of the plate, fouling it back. The count remains a ball and 2 strikes. Anderson tucks something into her back right pant pocket. The 1-2 with nobody on. She'll swing and miss. That's back-to-back strikeouts for Kanai. Her third one today. She's retired the first 5 batters of the ball game, and Knox stands in her way of a second 1-2-3 inning. It'll be the left fielder, Brittany Knox. Shows bunt here, chases one at the eyes, and she'll miss on a punch. It's 0-1. Knox in game 1 went 1 for 3, but her big hit was a 3 RBI double that came in the 5th that drew TIU to within 2. Down 8-6 as Knox swings and misses here on a fastball. It's 0-2 as Kanai a strike away from striking out the side and getting her second 1-2-3 inning to start the game off. Kanai readies against the lefty Knox, and Knox will lean back as that one comes up and in. 1-2. Taylor back at home this Saturday against St. Mary's of the Woods College. One of 3 home events we've got going on at the same time on Saturday. 1-2, low and away out of the glove of Whitman. No damage done. And it's ball number 2, 2-2. Football home opener Saturday against Madonna in the first game ever in the history of that program. 2-2. Little liner right to Tucker. Easy work at second. 3 up, 3 down for the second inning in a row. We head to the bottom of the second. Taylor on top, 1-0 here on the Trojan Sports Network.
When you need the fuel to be your nephew's #1 fan, Holiday Inn Express. We're there, so you can be too.
Bottom of the second for Caitlin Grimm, Ashton Whitman, and Maddie Evans.
Now batting number 14, Caitlin
With
Grimm.
Taylor on top, 1-0. Grimm, the right fielder for Taylor, just like she has been throughout the majority of the season. It's Alyssa Frey in the circle for TIU. Down the middle, and Grimm will send it on a golf shot to left. It'll land right in front of the left fielder, Brittany Knox. 1 pitch and a single. Second hit of the day for Taylor. Grimm with a leadoff knock, and here comes Ashton Whitman, whose 3-run home run to end game 1 was her first long ball of the year. Dad went out
Batting
and
number 11, Ashton Whitman.
picked up the ball, and Ashton joked. She goes, "How about you guys take it home so I have another softball? I have a softball in my collection of all the baseballs I had from her illustrious baseball career growing up." Takes the first one inside, does 11 in pinstripes, strike 1. Ashton reached on an error as well. Also had a double and a run scored to go along with that game-ending 3-run home run. Swings here and lifts it into the middle of the infield. Coming in is Loy, and she makes the catch in between the mound and the second base. Pop out to the shortstop by Whitman. One gone. Here comes Maddie Evans, the third baseman. Evans was electrifying in
32, Maddie Evans.
game number 1, going 3 for 3 with 5 runs batted in out of the 8th spot of the order. First pitch swinging, ground ball left side. On the run is Lenski. They throw to first, and they get Evans out over there, so she's retired for the first time today. Grimm will advance up to second, but there are quickly 2 outs for Taylor. And here's Lexia Abruzzo. Abruzzo, the 5'3 junior from Sugar Grove, Illinois. Transferred to Taylor a year ago from Wayne State University. Abruzzo did not bat in game number 1, just played center field exclusively. Comes in batting 167 this season. Low and away to the lefty Abruzzo as Grimm takes her lead at second. Ball 1 to the Taylor center fielder. 1-0 the Taylor lead, with head coach Aaron Bellinger coaching third and the assistant coach Barry Ely over at first. The legend Barry Ely, excuse me. 1-0. Right on the hands, pops out of the glove of Anderson, so that will allow Grimm to advance down to third. Another pass ball here against Anderson. And a runner trying to increase the Taylor lead. A little insurance stands down there at third. 1 ball and 1 strike to Lexia Abruzzo. Abruzzo batting out of the 9 spot here in game number 2. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Outside corner trying to bring it back over was Anderson. She could not, and the count goes to 2-1. Emma West, the Taylor leadoff batter, stands on deck. With Grimm at third and 2 outs on the board for Taylor here in the home half of the second, leading by 1. Frey spinning the ball slowly on her right hip. Now comes set. 2-1 comes home. Abruzzo watches that one burn in at the knees. Outside corner. 2 balls and 2 strikes to the lefty, Lexia Abruzzo. Little insurance stands for Taylor down there at third base. Trying to bring her in is Abruzzo. That'll be one Caitlin Grimm standing on third. The 2-2. High, good eye from Abruzzo as that one sailed up above her head, 3-2. Abruzzo with good speed if she can find her way on with West waiting on deck. The righty Frey against the left-handed bat of Lexia Abruzzo. 2 gone here in the second. Taylor leading 1-0 with a runner at third. Frey gets the sign from Anderson, comes home. Abruzzo swings and lifts it to the left side of the park. Coming in, landing just inside left field, and it'll take a hard left turn to foul ground. Abruzzo in there with a stand-up double. Scoring from third will be Grimm, and Abruzzo's first hit of the day pushes the Taylor lead to 2-0. So a 2-out knock for Abruzzo. Scores Grimm from third. That is a soft pop fly that just died right inside the left field line. That took a hard left-hand turn into foul ground. That allowed Abruzzo plenty of time to make her way down to second. West chokes up just a little bit more before that pitch and loops it out to play to the left. But right before that first one came in, Emma just dropped her hands, rolled her hands just a little bit higher on that bat. And 5 and White trying to get on here for the second time. Scored on a pass ball for the first run of the game last inning. So another lefty that Frey has to deal with here in West. Chokes up again here. Let's drop a little nubber back up the middle. Bare hand try. Frey down to first. Low throw gets away. That'll score Abruzzo from third. Holding up at the bag will be West. But the throwing miscue will bring home the third run of the day for the Trojans as Abruzzo scores from third on the infield single by West. So 4th hit for the Trojans, 3rd one here in the inning. But a low throw from the pitcher Frey will score Abruzzo from third after she advanced there on the infield single from West. She looked like she was going to beat the throw anyway. Here comes Kara Tucker, batting for the second time today, still looking for that first official AB.
Batting number 9, Kara Tucker.
Tucker, the righty, digs in, golfs one left side, bouncing underneath the glove of Lenski at third, and the hits keep piling up for the Trojans. 2 on with 2 out for Lauren Kanai as West goes lunging back head first to second on a throw coming in hot from the outfield. That'll be the pitcher Lauren Kanai trying to help out her own cause. Taylor's offense took a while to get going in game 1. They were scoreless through the first 2 innings, then exploded for 8 in the third. Their offense rolling here. First pitch will get out of the glove of Anderson. Big lead for West. She's got to scamper on back. As Anderson has struggled. Strike to Kanai at the plate, but Anderson has struggled to catch the ball cleanly here at times, and those pass balls have come back to hurt her. With the first run coming in because of a pass ball and other ones moving runners up into scoring position. Strike to Kanai, who walked her first time up. She's got 2 on the pond here in the bottom of the third, with Taylor leading 3-0. And this one low and away, 1-1. It's a 3-0 Taylor lead. Grimm started this inning off with a single, then back-to-back outs, and everything since has been with 2 outs. The Abruzzo double, a West single, and a Tucker single. Now throwing here, scored Abruzzo on the knock from West. Inside pitch, handcuffs Kanai, and it's in there for strike 2. One ball, 2 strikes, 2 on and 2 outs here in the second. Taylor trying to build on their 3-0 lead. Frey readies against the righty Kanai. Good eye as that one rose up and misses the zone up high. 2-2. Taylor exploded for 15 runs in game number 1 and ended the game after 6. 2-2 with 2 outs to number 2, Lauren Kanai. Outside part of the plate, missing. Opposite batter's box from the righty Kanai, 3-2. And it doesn't end after Kanai would reach base potentially here to load him up. Then you got to deal with Taylor Wilson, who's more than capable in driving in runs in bunches. 3 balls and 2 strikes to the pitcher Kanai with West and Tucker at second and first base respectively. Frey taking her time before dealing the payoff pitch. Inside, Kanai will lift it foul. It hits off the netting and lands a couple rows in front of us. And it remains a 3-ball, 2-strike count. Lauren came into the day batting .359. Was excellent in game 1, going 2 for 3 with a 3-run home run, a single, and a walk. Still 3-2. Taylor has scored both the runs here in the second inning with 2 outs. Frey spins the ball on that right hip, comes set. Another 3-2 hone inside. Kanai will take it for ball 4. And they're loaded up for the 5th-year senior, Taylor Wilson. Third walk allowed by Frey here so far today.
Now batting number 27, Taylor Wilson.
Taylor looking for another big hit here early on against Trinity International. They got that in the third inning. They're operating here with the bases full in the second. 2 outs to Wilson, trying to go to the outside corner of Frey, unsuccessful in finding its spot, and there's ball 1. Wilson, the 8th batter of the inning for the Trojans of Taylor. Twice in game number 1, Taylor put 9 batters at least to the plate. That came their 2 biggest run-producing innings in game 1. Second pitch to Wilson, drops it in there for a strike on the inside corner, 1-1. Wilson 0 for 1 so far today. Struck out swinging last inning in the first for out number 2. Bases full of Trojans of Taylor here in the bottom of the second for the 5th-year senior Taylor Wilson. Count even at 1-1. Swings off the end of the bat and will foul this one into the netting. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Taylor trying to blow the game open here in the bottom of the second. With West at third, Tucker at second, and Kanai over there at first. 4 straight batters have reached base safely for the Trojans. 1 run has come home for the home team. The 1-2 from Frey to Wilson. Ground ball left side, knocking it down to third baseman Lenski. She'll get the force out at third. And TIU avoids any more trouble coming in, but they give up 2 more runs here in the bottom of the second. And after 2, it's Taylor 3 and Trinity International nothing here on the Trojan Sports Network.
It's true. Many of us spend more time thinking about what's for dinner than thinking about retirement. But if you think your retirement needs deserve more attention, we agree, and we'd like to help. Your local Edward Jones financial advisors, Ryan Jones, Mark Sieglin, and Rob Sisson, can help you get started today. They are proud corporate partners of Taylor University Athletics. Edward Jones, making sense of investing.
Two innings in the books here from Gudekunst Field. Taylor on top of Trinity International. 3-zip. Madison Lenski got the last out on the bottom of the second. Now falls behind 0-2. As Kanai loops in the second one. Hits that outside corner. It'll be Lenski, Loy, and Stacy, the bottom third of the order here for Trinity International. 0-2, staying alive is Lenski with a foul ball off the end of the bat. Off the end of the bat, but caught by Kara Tucker on the right side of the infield. And the first out recorded here in the top of the third for the visitors from TIU.
Now batting number 22, Gina Lloyd.
With 1 out and no one on, it brings up the shortstop, Gina Loy out of Skokie, Illinois. And the first one from Kanai, missing the outside corner, 1-0. With that sun setting off to our left, it is putting long shadows across most of the infield and the outfield. Second one, a swing and a miss. Loy, 1-1. But everyone, for the most part, covered in shadow. If you're on the left side of the infield in Evans and West, Tucker and Kanai right there in the middle of the field. They're in sunlight. Same thing for Mahalik, who shields her eyes from the sun. Third one is fouled back by Loy, and the count moves to 1-2. 3-0 the Taylor lead. 5 hits for the Trojans of Taylor. And the 1-2. Low, as Whitman was setting up outside. Count goes to 2-2. Lloyd batting out of the 8 spot here in game 2. Batted out of the 9 spot in the opener. Went 1 for 3 with 2 strikeouts. 2-2, hitting in the air towards center. Abruzzo comes forward and makes the catch above her head. 2 up and 2 down here in the third. Here for TIU as they trail 3-0.
Batting number 2, Kayla Stacy.
And it'll be the right fielder, Kayla Stacy, who came in as a pinch runner, or a defensive switch in game number 1. Stacy, a 5'6" junior out of Cincinnati, Ohio. First one from Kanai, low and in for a ball. Stacy playing in just her 3rd game of the season. She's 0 for 1 after starting one of the games last week against Ripon. She's ahead in the count 2-0 as TIU looks for their first base runner here in the second game. Third one from Kanai, big swing and a miss from Stacy, and it's 2-1. Nobody on, 2 outs. Here at the top of the third, TIU down 3-zip. Breaking ball at the letters, but missing the outside corner, and it's 3 balls and a strike to the number 9 batter, Stacy. Kanai quickly gets back on the rubber, comes home with a 3-1, high and away. Good eye from Stacy. She draws a 2-out walk, and TIU gets their first base runner here of the night. They'll turn the lineup over to the top, and Kristen Storr.
Now batting number 1, Kristen Storr.
So we'll see if TIU can do anything with this 2-out walk. First one to Storr. Ground ball left side, scooped off the dirt by Evans. She'll throw to first. But they'll call time. They'll say the ball hit home plate on the swing from Storr. But now our field umpire, that's Michael Pennell, just signaled out over there on the right side of the infield. He and Paul Williams come in. It will be a foul ball. Just a foul ball here to Storr. Because Stacy was standing over there at second. There was a little confusion there. Just a foul ball. No harm, no foul. One strike to Storr. Inside pitch. Good cover by Whitman. Down to first. And scampering back in time will be Stacy. 1-1 the count to Storr at the plate. 2 outs in the top of the third for Trinity International. They trail Taylor 3-0 here in game number 2. The visitors jump down to a 2-0 lead in game 1. Off the end of the bat, this one will tail foul. And it goes to a 1-ball, 2-strike count. It was 2-0 after 2.5 for TIU. Then Taylor exploded for 8 in the bottom of the third. Took the lead on a Kanai 3-run homer. Had 4-2, and they did not look back, winning game 1 15-6. They're up 3-0 here is Taylor in game number 2. 1-2 over Westhead. That'll be the first hit of the night in the game 2 for TIU. Hold the runner up at second base in Stacy. A little swing there from Storr goes off the inside part of the handle of the bat, just sails over to the gap in left center. After retiring the first 8 batters of the game, a 2-out walk and a 2-out single will put 2 on here for TIU.
Batting number 4, Lauren Naveau.
And the batter will be the second baseman, Lauren Naveau. The lefty Naveau against the right-handed throwing Kanai. 2 outs and 2 on, and Naveau is the tying runner at the plate here for TIU. First pitch, checking the swing, and nicely done by Naveau for ball 1. So it's Stacy at second after the 2-out walk, and Storr got her over there with a single just the last batter ago. Second pitch here to Naveau, inside corner of the lefty for a called strike, 1-1. Sun continues to set behind us. The lights have been turned on here at Goodekoons Field. They're starting to take hold. Third one loops in high. Naveau watches it sail upstairs to make it 2-1. Naveau scored twice in game number 1. Did not record a single hit, but did walk once in the opener. She's 0 for 1 here with a looking strikeout. Swings and misses. This one was fouled away as it went off the glove after the foul ball of Whitman. That's all 2s on the board. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Kanai trying to tack on another 0 up on the scoreboard. With TIU batting here at the top of the third. 2 outs, 2 on, down 3-0. Kanai readies and comes home. 2-2, ground ball left side. Good stop by Evans as she sidesteps and snags the ball before it bounced between her legs. 2 left with 2 outs. Here for TIU. Through 2.5, it's Taylor 3. TIU nothing on the Trojan Sports Network.
Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland is proud to support Taylor University Athletics. Located at 148 South Main Street, Best One is open 6 days a week. Owner Mike Pearson and his staff offer replacement tires from brands like Bridgestone, Firestone, and Goodyear. Customers can also shop for tires from the comfort of their home by using the online tire finder. When it's time for mechanical repairs, Best One's ASE certified technicians can perform a wide range of services to get their customers back on the road. And those same technicians can do repairs on fleet vehicles as well. Taylor Athletics says thank you to Mike Pearson and everyone at Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland.
Mahalik.
First baseman Kristen Mahalik will get things going for Taylor here in the bottom of the third. She'll be followed by Grimm and Whitman, with Taylor leading 3-zip. First offering from Frey misses the outside corner, 1-0. Mahalik 0 for 1, struck out looking to end the bottom of the first. 1 in the first, 2 in the second for Taylor, and they lead by 3. Second one from Frey. Little backdoor break ball nicely done by Frey to grip the inside corner, 1-1. Mahalik came into the day the Trojans' best batter at almost 500, about 475 and change or so. Leads things off in the bottom of the third, 1-1. Inside golf swing will send it into the netting, 1-2. Taylor in the country, ironically enough, just a couple days away from the one-year anniversary of the shutdown of the country, is highlighted by that double run rule sweep of Indiana Wesleyan on March 11th last year. And that was the last time the Trojans played a game, last time they were on this field, as Mahalik fouls the 1-2 back. And their offense picked up right where it left off the last time they were here at home. Scored over 10 runs in both the wins over Indiana Wesleyan. And it's a 1-2 here with nobody out in the bottom of the third for Mahalik as she leads it off. Frey readies and delivers. A little looper into center. Line drive knocked down by the center fielder Storr. Mahalik will round first, and it's a leadoff single for the second inning in a row for the Trojans. Actually make it all 3 innings. Taylor has started the inning off with a single, and it's led to runs with that runner coming around to score. And Mahalik will come out. Nicole Brindle will come into pinch run for her. As Andy Minio and Lecrae is coming in hot, rattles the speakers here at Gudekunst Field.
Courtesy run for the Trojans, number 34, Nicole Brindle.
Our on-site producer, second team All Crossroads League selection, CJ Pena enjoys the music selection for Caitlin Grimm's at-bats. In my completely unbiased opinion, he said sarcastically, I thought CJ should have been a first-team selection. That's why they don't let me vote, because I'd be biased. Grimm batting for the second time. She's got a single and a run scored. That was an inning ago. To give Taylor a then 2-0 lead, they now lead 3-zip. Mahalik comes out. Brindle, the runner at first, lifted in the air right side. Coming in is Stacy. It'll be caught by the second baseman, Naveau. 1 pitch and 1 out here for Taylor so far in the third. The runner still over there at first base for Ashton Whitman. Whitman 0 for 1 here in game 2. Her 3-run homer capped off a stellar day for Whitman. Had 4 runs batted in the opener today. Fastball to the outside corner, 1-0. Last year, Whitman had just 1 home run. She gets her second one here in the opener today. Up in the count, 1-0. Backdoor pitch, nicks the inside corner, 1-1. Actually make that one Whitman's first home run of the season. But she's got the speedy Nicole Brindle over there at first. 1 gone in the bottom of the third. Taylor trying to build on their 3-0 advantage. Inside pitch, that'll do it. A line drive over the head of Lenski at third. Whitman with her first hit of the afternoon. 2 on for the Trojans for for the always dangerous Maddie Evans. Seventh hit of game 2 here for Taylor. We saw them flex their offensive muscles in the third inning in game number 1. They're hoping to duplicate that here in game 2. And Evans, the perfect person to do it, as she drove in 5 runs all by her lonesome in the opener and went 3 for 3.
Now batting number 32, Maddie Evans.
Maddie, though, 0 for 1 here so far in game 2. First one from Frey, inside half, that Evans takes for a called strike. Evans' average came in at 297. That bad boy will be up over 300 after the 3 for 3 showing in game 1. The slugging percentage will go up as well with the double and the home run. A triple short of the cycle. Takes one on the outside corner to make the count 1-1. So it's Brindle at second after the leadoff single from Mahalik as Brindle pinch runs for her. And Whitman with a line drive single now stands at first. One gone for Taylor as they bat in the third, leading 3-0. Frey Reddes as she rolls the ball on her right hip, comes set. Third one to Evans. Opposite batter's box from the righty, 2 balls and a strike. Good crowd here on hand at Gudekunst Field with the sun setting behind us. Some pastel-like colors painting the upland sky overhead. 2 balls and a strike to Evans with 1 out and 2 on. Inside pitch, she'll take it towards left field, but right at the left fielder who makes the catch. That's Brittany Knox. An off-speed pitch from Evans. She's out for out number 2. And it'll be Lexia Bruzzo trying to extend the bottom of the third. CJ also a fan of Lexia Bruzzo's walk-up song too, apparently.
Now batting number 22, Lexia Bruzzo.
That is right. That's right, CJ. It is from Fast and Furious Tokyo Drift. Well done. Abruzzo an RBI double her first time up. If you watch the cable, they got that thing playing on a constant loop on weekends sometimes. You can get your Fast and Furious Tokyo Drift fix. First one low to Lexia Abruzzo. Doubled an RBI and scored in the second. She's got 2 on here. I don't know the actor's name, but he was also the guy that played the quarterback in the movie adaptation of the book Friday Night Lights. IMDb that at home, folks, to extend your knowledge. Abruzzo up the middle, diving stop at second, then fumbling with the ball, leaping over is Whitman. She'll be safe at second to throw home, trying to slide in. Safe was Brindle, and she is out here at home. Or was she? Nope, she's safe. The point at home by our home plate umpire, Paul Williams, was to just pick up the bat. So as of now, Whitman leapt over Naveau, avoided the tag as Naveau was fumbling with the ball at her feet, and then the throw home was not in time as Brindle slid under the tag. And now Vern Barreau, the head coach of Trinity International, comes out to talk things over with Michael Pennell, our field umpire. What an athletic play from Ashton Whitman. So Abruzzo is safe at first. So Abruzzo safe on an E4. Whitman is safe at second base after she leapt over Naveau. And Brindle will score on the previous error. Because the world kind of stopped and Brindle just kept on running. Top of the order for MOS. 2 outs. First pitch swinging, and she'll foul it into the netting. 0-1. So Abruzzo grounded it up the middle. Naveau was there to field it, but she fumbled with it at her feet, and then as she was trying to gather it in, Whitman just leapt over the top of her. It was in there at second. Then scoring was Brindle after play kind of stopped there at second. She beat the throw home, and Taylor now leads 4-0. Little slap there from West. He'll tail out of play to the left. And it remains it goes to 0-2. 4 runs given up by Frey, but only 1 or 2 so far have been earned. Whitman at second, Abruzzo behind her at first. 4-0 Taylor lead. They've scored every time they've been to the plate here so far. They play in the bottom of the third. Slap from West into the air. It will sail out of play. And it remains 0-2. Sixth batter of the inning is West. Working on a 2-for-2 game 2. With a pair of singles and a run scored. Trying to go 3-for-3 here, but she's down in the count, 0-2. The pitch from Frey. Inside that West will fight off on the handle of the bat. It'll land at the end of the Taylor dugout to our left. The count still sits at 0-2. Whitman at second with Abruzzo behind her at first. Frey slowly rolling the ball on her right hip as she gets the sign from Heather Anderson, the catcher. 0-2. West will try to slap her way on, keeps the bat back as that one sails upstairs, 1-2. Kara Tucker stands on deck for the Trojans. Would love to get an opportunity here with runners on and 2 outs, and Taylor ahead by 4 in the bottom of the third inning. 1-2 to West. She chokes up. Little dribbler up the middle. Knocked down by Frey, trying to get it back in time, but West is just way too fast for that one. And everybody's safe, and they're loaded up for Kara Tucker. An infield single for West. Tough play there for the pitcher, Frey. Not only had to try to make the ground ball play as it was coming back towards her, had to try to make it as a backhanded attempt. And everybody's safe for number 9, Kara Tucker, with 2 outs in the third. Backdoor pitch that breaks at the hands. Tucker leans back. It's called for a strike. 0-1. Tucker at 1-for-1, batting for the third time. Walked in the first, then was thrown out, trying to score from third on a double steal with Kanai. 4-0 Taylor lead. Bases full of Trojans in the bottom of the third. Tucker scoots back out of the way on an inside delivery from Frey. 1-1. 8 hits for Taylor, 3 of them here so far in this bottom of the third. Tucker had a couple of hits in the opener. Breaking ball to the outside part of the plate, right at the belt, 1-2. 2 outs in the bottom of the third, bases full. It goes Whitman, Abruzzo, West from third to first, the runners. For the second baseman, Kara Tucker, with Taylor ahead 4-0 in the home half of the third with 2 gone. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The Tucker leans back at one that came inside at the collarbone, and the count squares at 2 apiece. Kanai, the pitcher, stands on deck. If Tucker can find her way on, if she does, it'll bring home at least 1 run with the bases full. The 2-2 from Frey. Tucker fights that one inside, way in front of it, and pulls it foul. It remains 2-2. For 4-0 Taylor. Bottom of the third, bases full for the senior second baseman, Kara Tucker. The 2-2 again from Frey. She'll slap at this one on the outside part of the plate. Hits it off the end of the bat to keep the at-bat going. Good battle here from Tucker. As Taylor continues to try to add to their run total here in the third. The third was the money inning for Taylor in Game 1 when they scored 8 of their 15 runs. They've got 1 so far here in the third, but the base is juiced for Tucker. Pulls one inside, and she'll be in front of that one. And the at-bat continues on the third straight foul ball with 2 strikes. Whitman was safe. Got on base with a single. Abruzzo got on because of the error by Naveau at second base. And West singled through the middle. Still 2-2 to Tucker. Off the end of the bat with a seeing eye single that will just land on the line. Just on the right half of the right field foul line. It had eyes, but it just kept tailing away from the white chalk in the right field grass. And where that ball was placed with the speed out there, that could have cleared the bases with relative ease and given Taylor a 7-zip lead. This will be the 9th pitch of the at-bat to Tucker. It'll be a ball. Count goes full 3-2. Longest at-bat of the evening here for Frey. And she'll get ready to deal the 10th pitch to Tucker. Bases full, nowhere to put her. 2 outs in the third. Taylor up by 4. Frey delivers. Inside, Tucker pops it up, and this will tail and land over our heads in the press box. 5th foul ball with 2 strikes by Tucker. We'll get ready for pitch number 11 of this one with Tucker. Two outs. So either the bottom of the third will continue or we'll move on to the 4th. A big pitch here, and the result could go a long way about telling who will win this game. 3-2 again. Tucker pops it up, but it'll get out of play once again behind home plate. Next pitch will be the 12th one thrown by Frey. She's fouled off 6 pitches Tucker has with 2 strikes to her name. And the base is full of Taylor Trojans. Whitman Abruzzo West, the third to first. Frey readies, leans in and comes home. Tucker turns and hits this one towards left. A pop-up to Loy, the shortstop underneath, makes the catch in the outfield grass. And the Trojans will leave him stranded after a 12-pitch at-bat by Kara Tucker, but Taylor pushes across just 1 here in the bottom of the third. We're through 3, and Taylor leads 4-0 here on the Trojan Sports Network.
Your heart, well, your heart is everything to you and your body, and its favorite place to be is home. Marion General Hospital has been named a nationally accredited chest pain center, which is the highest accomplishment in cardiovascular care. We are proud to provide our community with a team of cardiac experts throughout MGH. From our ambulance and emergency room to our cardiovascular departments in partnership with our experienced local cardiologists and interventional cardiologists from St. Vincent's Medical Group. The same level of cardiovascular expertise in bigger cities at larger hospitals is available right here. Everyone has their expertise. At MGH, our expertise is your heart, bringing the best in the nation home to you. Your heart is in the right place at MGH.
Three, 4, and 5 coming up for Trinity International here in the top half of the 4th. They trail 4-0. They've mustered just 1 hit and 2 base runners in total against Lauren Kanai here tonight. We thank all you folks for tuning in across the Trojan Sports Network. Special shout out to Lauren Waterman. When she was here hitting bombs that went about 900 feet, she was known as Lauren Ely. Got married a couple of years ago. Ground ball to Evans. Knocks it down to third. Bare hand missile throw to first. Mahalik can't pick it as it dances towards the fence. Grimm there to back it up. It'll be an infield single to Dana Percival, her first hit of the night, and the leadoff batter on here for TIU in the 4th. So an E5 there to Evans. So it'll just be 1 hit on a bad throw there from Evans over at third base. Off the handle of the bat, Harady will foul it out of play to the left. Strike 1. Harady 0 for 1 today. Struck out looking her only time up in the 2nd. Just one hit. And the second base runner on tonight for TIU. Nice breaking ball in there for Kanai. Called for strike two down the middle. Looking at it was Harati. The lefty DP here in game number 2. She had a good game number 1 with 2 walks and a single. 0-2 from Kanai. Inside, Harati way in front of it. Pulls it foul territory right side. Mahalik chasing, but she can't get to it in time. It falls down. It remains. No balls, 2 strikes. TIU came in 2-0 on the year. They dropped game 1. So the Trojans have won 3 in a row to move to 9-4. Swing and a miss, and Kanai gets her 4th K, and there's the first out here in the 4th. Second time that Harati is struck out here tonight, and it brings up the catcher, Heather Anderson. Anderson also a strikeout victim to Kanai tonight. Floats it in, ground ball hard. Nice stop by Evans. On to second, on to first. Tucker, a 5-4-3 double play. Ends the top of the 4th. Started by Evans at third, then Tucker with someone at her feet fired it over to Mahalik. And TIU goes down quietly here in the 4th, but the Trojans turn the double play. And through 3.5, it's Taylor 4, TIU nothing on the Trojan Sports Network.
What limits you? Too small, too old, insecure, broken. You have no limits. Rethink your limits.
Three and a half innings in the books.
Now batting number 2, Lauren Kanai.
Both Lauren Kanai's mom and her sister getting video of this at bat. Hopefully it's a good one. Or 2 in white. She's walked twice here tonight. She leads things off in the bottom of the 4th with her team, Taylor, out in front 4-0. 4th inning to work for the starter, Frey. Fastball up high, 1-0. Kanai, Wilson, and then Mahalik. 3, 4, and 5 for the Trojans coming up here in the 4th as they lead 4-0. Second one to Kanai. Just below the knees, 2-0. To Kanai, still looking for that first hit here tonight in Game 2. She was good in Game 1 with a 3-run homer. Third one. Breaking ball just nicks that inside corner. Good placement from Frey. It's 2-1. Kanai also had a hit in Game 1 as well to go with the 3-run bomb. Standing as still as a statue up there in the batter's box. 2 balls and a strike. Taylor up 4-0. Kanai swings and lifts it into the air. Coming in from the first base side is Percival. And she makes the catch just on the first base line for the first out here of the 4th. And that brings in the left fielder. It's going to be the pinch hitter. It'll be Aaliyah Rastetter in for Taylor Wilson, the pinch hit. So Rastetter, the starting left fielder in game number 1. We'll come into pinch hit for the starting left fielder here in game 2. That is Taylor Wilson. We look out behind the left field wall. We see a good contingent of the Taylor baseball team making their way over. Cy Stanley's got a good seat to watch as at bat for Aaliyah Rastetter. 4-0 the Taylor lead.
For the Trojans, number 16, Aaliyah Rostetter.
Rostetter went 2 for 2 in game 1 with a pair of singles. Bats here with 1 out, nobody on in the bottom of the 4th. Taylor up 4-0. First one will miss the outside corner, 1-0. Rostetter, the freshman, came into the day 5 for 21. Second one from Frey, inside. Rastetter steps out of the way, 2-0. Just a picture-perfect couple of days here in Upland, Indiana. Still going to be in the 60s tomorrow with sun. It's going to get a little cold this weekend when the TU softball team back here at Gudekunst on Saturday, about in the 40s. You take these warm days to play when you can get them. 2-0. Rastetter swings and misses. It's 2-1. One out after the Kenai pop out to start this 4th inning off. Rastetter ahead in the count, 2-1. Nobody on here in the 4th. Taylor up 4-0. First pitch, a little soft pop fly, caught on the basket, catch by Frey. She comes running out of the circle. 2 up and 2 down for Taylor, and it'll bring up Kristen Mahalik. Eight hits for Taylor here so far, up 4-0.
Now batting number 21, Kristen Mahalik.
They have scored in every inning so far tonight, has Taylor. Trying to keep that rolling here in the 4th, but they're down to their last out in this 4th inning. Mahalik readies. Frey down the middle, and Mahalik will golf it out of play. Oh, look out, little guy running on there. Woo! That little guy almost took a foul ball to the noggin. That's not good. He's running freewheeling up this sidewalk without a care in the world because that yellow sphere went soaring over his head. So strike 2 Mahalik as the young fella goes running back to where he came from, just running some lines and sprints on the sidewalk. Mahalik back towards the little guy on right. This one bounced on top of the dugout. We got to get this little guy ahead. There you go. Dad just walked in and said, nope, no more running for you, pal. We got to get you away from these foul balls. You're a foul ball magnet here, Hoss. 0-2 to Mahalik. We would like the little guy to go behind the outfield. If he's attracting these balls, let's go out behind the outfield. Let Mahalik hit one out there. 0-2. Kristen pulls this one, but right on a line drive, snagged by Lenski at 3rd. And Taylor will go quietly, 3 up, 3 down here in the bottom of the 4th. First time all night they have yet to produce a run. And we're through 4 innings here from Gudekunst Field. It's Taylor 4 and Trinity International 0 here on the Trojan Sports Network.
Join the Trojan Club today and support Taylor student athletes 12 months a year. The Trojan Club has 5 different levels of membership for you to choose from. You can join for as low as $150, all the way up to the Trojan MVP level for $1,500. Each level receives premiums, complimentary season tickets, as well as gifts from the athletic department. Members also receive special recognition during halftime of the annual Silent Night game. In recent years, members have helped supply the funds for a sports information position, purchasing equipment for teams and the athletic training staff, and providing broadcasts of Trojan athletics like the one you're enjoying right now. With the support of alumni and friends, the Taylor combination of spiritual growth, outstanding academics, and a highly competitive intercollegiate athletic program can continue. To join, call 765-998-5311 or log on to TaylorTrojans.com and click on the Trojan Club tab at the top of the homepage. The Trojan Club, supporting Taylor University student athletes.
Top of the 5th, Trinity International down 4-0 to Taylor. So they try to salvage a game with a doubleheader after dropping game 1 15-6 in 6 innings. They'll be the left fielder Brittany Knox, Madison Lenski, and Gina Loy
The 3 up for TIU here in the top of the 5th. Back out there for her 5th inning of work is Lauren Kanai. First pitch is low and away for a ball to the lefty Knox, who is 0 for 1 this evening. Now should be 1 for 2 as this one screams into left. Taylor Wilson have a bounce past her and go to the fence. Rounding first and heading to second will be Brittany Knox. Second hit of the night for TIU, their first one for extra bases. And they've got a runner in scoring position with a leadoff batter on with a double from Knox. And the batter will be Madison Lenski, the third baseman.
Number 8, Madison Lenski.
Lenski 0 for 1, but a runner in scoring position for TIU. And Kanai floats in a off-speed pitch, 0-1 on the first one. Just the second time all night that TIU has gotten a runner at second base. They got Kayla Stacy to second after a walk in the third, but then she was forced out to end the inning. Off the end of the bat towards Grimm and right. She makes the catch. She retreats to her left and fires in a missile on a two-hopper from right field into third. There's the first out here in the 5th. It's an interesting throw there with Grimm and right. The lefty's got a cannon for a left arm, but it's kind of a weird way the ball path can come in at times. It's kind of tailing a certain way from coming from a lefty instead of from a righty. Kanai with a worm burner in the dirt. Loy will back out of the way, 1-0. 4-0 Taylor lead. Leadoff double for Knox has got her at second base with 1 out. Kanai rocks and fires. Upstairs, checking the swing and keeping the bat back was Loy, 2-0. First extra base hit, the double from Knox for TIU this evening. Loy up 2-0, now up 2-1 as a nice backdoor breaking ball finds its way on the inside half by Kanai. Lauren trying to get her 4th win of the season as she starts her 5th game for the Trojans. Second in ERA, second in strikeouts, and second in opponent batting average coming into Evans, who got the Game 1 win. 1-2 breaking ball, high and away, swinging and missing is Loy. And she's down on strikes for the 5th K today for Lauren Kanai. 2 outs here in the 5th for TIU, down by 4.
Batting number 2, Kayla Stacy.
And the right fielder, Kayla Stacy, will step in for the second time. Knox is the 4th base runner allowed all night by Kanai. 2 hits, a walk, and an error are how TIU has gotten their 4 runners on tonight. First one to Stacy is a ball. Defense playing straight up for the Trojans of Taylor. 1-0, golfed down to play off to the netting to the right. 1-1 by Stacy. One ball and 1 strike. 2 outs here in the top of the 5th for TIU. Kanai floats one in right at the letters, called for strike 2. That changeup, he just floats in there like a butterfly, has found the top part of the zone more often than not this evening. 1-2 from Kanai. Stacy swings and misses as she tried to pull that one to the left. 6th K for Kanai tonight, and we head to the bottom of the 5th with Taylor on top 4-0 here on the Trojan Sports Network.
What limits you? Too small, too old, insecure, broken. You have no limits. Rethink your limits.
Caitlin Grimm, the Taylor right fielder, will lead things off here in the bottom of the 5th for Taylor. Trojans of Taylor on top 4-0. Haley Baker, the starting pitcher from Game 1, has come in here for TIU to replace the starter of Game 2, Alyssa Frey. We look around, doesn't look like there's any other changes. Heather Anderson still behind home plate. Dana Percival still over there at first. Left side of the infield still the same, and Loy and Lenski. Outfield the same, Knox, Storr, and Stacy from left to right. So I think the only change is Baker in the circle. Frey's night will conclude after 4 innings. She allows 8 hits, 4 runs, only 1 of them earned. She walked 3, struck out 1.
Leading off the bottom of the 5th, number 14, Caitlin Grimm.
So Baker, the 5'7" senior from Crystal Lake, Illinois. Yep, and the rest of everything else looks good. So Baker, the only change. The righty comes high and in to the lefty. Grimm, ball number 1. Caitlin tonight is 1 for 2, singled and scored in the 2nd, then popped out to Naveau at in the 3rd inning. Her last time up. 4-0 Taylor lead. Grimm, ground ball right side through the right side of the infield. She'll jog down to first with a leadoff single. And for the 4th time tonight, Taylor's got a leadoff single. And each of those other times, they've gone on to score in those other 3 innings. 9th hit of the night for Taylor. Second one for Grimm. And here's number 11, Ashton Whitman. Mrs. Whitman with her phone out, recording Ashton's at-bat. First pitch swinging into the air, right side. Here comes Naveau, the second baseman, underneath, and makes the catch for out number 1. So the Whitman at-bat quickly began and then ended. And it sets the stage for the third baseman, Maddie Evans, who's 0 for 2 tonight, at least in Game 2.
Now batting number 32, Maddie Evans.
4-0 Taylor lead. The righty versus righty matchup with 1 gone in the 5th. Evans takes the first one out of her half for a called strike at the letters. Maddie was electric in game number 1, going 3 for 3 with 3 runs scored, a 2 RBI double and a 3-run home run to her name. Came up a triple short of the cycle in the run-ruled game number 1 that ended after 6. Grimm at first after her leadoff single. Off-speed pitch that drops in for strike 2 to Evans. Evans has worked a ton this offseason, both pitching and hitting, and has taken her game to a whole nother level after having a stellar freshman season and was on her way to having a stellar sophomore season before last year was cut short. 0-2. Hard hit left side, right to the shortstop. Lloyd diving stop, backhand flip to second. They'll get the force out there of Grimm. Safe at first is Evans, claps her hands in frustration, but she'll be safe at first with 2 outs here for Abruzzo. Good stop there by Lloyd to slide and scoop it out of the turf. And we'll see what Abruzzo can do batting out of the 9th spot here with 2 outs in the 5th.
Now batting number 22, Lexi Abruzzo.
Taylor has stranded 7 runners on the bases tonight. Have 4 runs on 9 hits. The lefty Abruzzo leans back at the hands, called for a strike. Lexi 1 for 2 tonight, but has reached base safely twice. An RBI double in the 2nd, scored that inning too. Then reached on the fielding error by Naveau in the 3rd inning. Abruzzo was only defensively used in game number 1, playing in center field where she normally does. First pitch, she goes opposite way, her 2nd hit of game number 2, and that moves the runners up, moves Evans up to second base, 1st and 2nd for the always dangerous Emma West. Two singles for Taylor here in this 5th inning as they try to extend their 4-0 advantage.
Now batting number 5, Emma West.
West is a perfect 3 for 3 tonight, so the perfect person you want up here. And she'll watch the first one from Baker soar in high for ball 1. West has got 5 hits so far through the two doubleheaders. She's 5 for 7 out of the leadoff spot. Inside, she'll back away, and it's 2-0. Does have that protective elbow shield on her right elbow just in case an inside pitch comes in like it did. Just one pitch ago. Evans at second, Abruzzo behind her at first, but Anderson calls time and jogs out to talk things over with Baker inside the circle. And a lot of folks have good contingent of the Trinity International crowd has made their way down from the Chicagoland area. Just a beautiful afternoon that's turned into a cool night here in Upland, Indiana, with the sun now set and the lights have taken hold here at the beautiful Goodekoons Field. 2 balls, no strikes to West, 2 on, 2 out. West will sit on a soft pitch here, and it hits the outside half for a called strike to the lefty shortstop. Tucker waits on deck as West steps back in. Her 4th time at the plate tonight. She's a perfect 3 for 3 here in the nightcap with 3 singles. 2-1. Ground ball up the middle, right back to Baker in the circle. She'll get the out at first, and the Trojans will leave 2 more stranded. Through 5, Taylor leads 4-0. They've stranded 9 runners here so far this evening.
Your heart, well, your heart is everything to you and your body. And its favorite place to be is home. Marion General Hospital has been named a nationally accredited chest pain center, which is the highest accomplishment in cardiovascular care. We are proud to provide our community with a team of cardiac experts throughout MGH. From our ambulance and emergency room to our cardiovascular departments in partnership with our experienced local cardiologists and interventional cardiologists from St. Vincent's Medical Group. The same level of cardiovascular expertise in bigger cities at larger hospitals is available right here. Everyone has their expertise. At MGH, our expertise is your heart, bringing the best in the nation home to you. Your heart is in the right place at MGH.
First pitch swinging by Storr, chasing after it and getting it in shallow right field is Kara Tucker. 1 up and 1 down on 1 pitch. Here the top half of the 6th. Storr now 1 for 3 here in the nightcap. It's 4-0 Taylor. Trojans with 10 hits, but they stranded 9 runners on the bases tonight. They've had plenty of opportunities to blow this thing open like they did in Game 1. But TIU hanging around, but they've been limited to just 4 base runners the whole night on 2 hits. Ground ball left side. It's short. There's West. Scoops and fires. 2 up, 2 down on 2 pitches here in the 6th. And the first baseman, Dana Percival, will step up now. Percival 0 for 2, but reached on a fielding error by Evans in the 4th. Her last time up. And Kanai will drop in a change up for a strike. Second one from Kanai off the end of the bat towards left. Wilson there. Abruzzo comes charging into the gap. It'll be Abruzzo's catch. And 3 up, 3 down on 4 pitches in the top of the 6th. That took about 3 minutes. We head to the bottom of the 6th. Taylor on top, 4-0.
What limits you? Too small, too old, insecure, broken. You have no limits. Rethink your limits.
Senior Katie Suits out of Seymour, Indiana will pinch hit for Kara Tucker and lead things off in the bottom of the 6th as the Trojans lead 4-0, going for the doubleheader sweep against TIU. So Suits comes up to bat with Taylor on top 4-0. No one has scored since the bottom of the 3rd. First one, a heater from Baker that misses up high, 1-0. Katie on the year, playing in just her 2nd game. She's 0 for 1 this season. Well, as a multi-sport athlete, back as a Seymour Owl. Ground ball left side, coming in is Lenski. Then missing the play will be the new shortstop, Percival. But the play blown dead at home because of a foul ball off of Suits' foot. 1-1 for 20 in white. So the defensive changes. Brooke Harity now catching, replacing Anderson. Megan Ramsayer is at first, replacing Percival, and Percival takes the spot of Loy at short. 1 ball, 1 strike, bottom of the 6th. Suits pitch hits for Tucker, swings and misses at 1 low, and the count goes to 1-2. With Kanai and Wilson to follow here for the Trojans of Taylor in the bottom of the 6th. 1-2 to Suits. Off the end of the bat, fouling it to our right to stay alive. Second full inning of work for Haley Baker, the relief pitcher here for Trinity International. There's also a new left fielder in there for TIU with Knox just walking down in front of us. 1-2 to Suits. Fouls this one back. It's still 1-2. That might be Loy, I think, out there in left field. So Gina Loy takes a spot for Knox, who just walked in front of us with her left sock all the way down to her ankles. 1-2 to Suits, pitch hitting for Tucker, and she'll foul the 3rd straight pitch back with two strikes. Still 1-2 as Suits leads things off for Taylor in the bottom of the 6th. They lead 4-0 as they go for the doubleheader sweep against Trinity International. Trying to win their 4th game in a row after sweeping Union their last time out at the end of February. Baker readies, comes home with another 1-2. Suits fights it off on the handle. And it'll land on top of the press box and then back down to row 2. Suits the right-handed bat, one of the backup catchers for Taylor. Also a worker for us on the Trojan Sports Network during the fall and winter semesters before softball season kicks in. 1-2, good eye from Suits as that one misses away, 2-2. It's Kanai, the pitcher, on deck. Baker in her 2nd full inning of work. Bottom of the 6th, and Taylor on top 4-0. 2-2 Suits fights another one off. Good battle here from Suits. Her 5th foul ball with 2 strikes. The next pitch will be the 10th one of the at-bat. Second Taylor batter this game to have an at-bat of more than 10 pitches. Tucker had one of those that went 12 to end the 3rd. Suits digs in this righty versus righty matchup with Baker. Baker peers in, gets the sign from Harati, and the 2-2. Suits pulls it to the left, and she continues to battle. Still 2-2. Okay, now getting the ball forward on these foul balls. The good handful of those ones that came with 2 strikes were off to the right and back. So a little bit of a late swing from Suits. She's starting to kind of dial in here with Baker. 2-2. Off speed. Watches that one sail in the opposite batter's box. Harati tried to catch it and bring it back. Could not. And the count is full for Suits. With Kanai awaiting on deck. And for the 2nd time tonight, a Taylor batter will face the 12th pitch of an AB. Here's a 3-2 from Baker. Suits watches it sail upstairs for ball 4, and pitch 12 results in good things for the Trojans. First walk allowed by Baker. And Tucker will re-enter and run for Suits over there at first. So Tucker re-enters and takes her spot back in the lineup, and she'll run for Suits at first. And will bring up the pitcher, Lauren Kanai.
Now batting number
Kanai, the pitcher, in search of her first hit here of Game 2. Has reached base safely twice in her 3 plate appearances this evening. Fastball missing away, 1-0. Kanai with a pair of walks. She's got the speedy Tucker over there at first. Nobody out in the bottom of the 6th after the 12-pitch at-bat by Katie Suits. Second one from Baker to Kanai. The 2 pitchers locking horns here in the bottom of the 6th. Handcuffs Kanai, strike 1. Taylor Wilson on deck. Taylor up 4-0. Second one grounded up the middle. Kanai's first hit puts 2 on for Taylor Wilson. Here in the bottom half of the 6th inning with nobody out. th hit of the night for Taylor. Their struggle, though, has been moving runners around. They have stranded 9 runners in total tonight, including with them loaded back in the 3rd when they pushed just 1 run across. But a big opportunity here with Taylor up 4-0 in the bottom of the 6th for Taylor Wilson. First pitch, she'll bend at the waist and take it inside for a strike. It's Tucker at second after Suits came in to pinch hit for her. Worked a 12-pitch at-bat into a walk. And Kanai just singled up the middle for her first hit this evening. She's 1 for 2 with the 2 walks. Wilson 0 for 2 this evening. First pitch, ground ball left side, stopped by a bad throw by Percival. Will end up near the Taylor dugout. They try to get the lead runner out at third. It'll be a fielder's choice to get Wilson safe at first. But an E6 is how Tucker will be in there safe at third. And now things get interesting for the Trojans with them full, leading by 4. And here comes Kristen Mahalik, the best batter for the Trojans here in 2021.
Now batting number 21, Kristen Mahalik.
Tucker, Kanai, and Wilson, third to first of the runners. Here for Mahalik with nobody out in the 6th. And Baker will fire the first one away for a ball. Mahalik 1 for 3 with a strikeout, a single and a run scored in the 3rd, and then she lined out to Lenski to end the 4th. So dog barks off to our left. That's probably the 2 dogs that Coach Bellinger and her husband Brett are the proud parents of. 1-1 to Mahalik. Brent on dog duty on game days, obviously. Aaron a little busy. Base is full for Mahalik. Bottom of the 6th, nobody out. Taylor up by 4. Big swing from Mahalik. Comes up empty on an off-speed pitch, and she falls behind 1-2. Jacqueline Riles will pinch hit for the Trojans. She waits on deck. Mahalik down in the count, 1-2. The base is full of her teammates. Outside corner, gets her looking. Splendid pitch by Baker. First strikeout of the night for Baker. There's 1 out for the Trojans here in the 6th. The base is still full, but here comes Jacqueline Riles. Riles will pinch hit for Caitlin Grimm.
Pinch hitting for Taylor, number 15, Jacqueline Riles.
Grimm 2 for 3 tonight. Riles 5'5" senior from Brownsburg, Indiana. Ironically enough, in the first game she ever played, it was here at Taylor. I believe it was Rio Grande or Northwest Ohio. She came up with the walk-off game-winning hit for the first hit of her career. Comes into a big spot here with the bases full of her teammates. And 1 retired in the 6th, and Taylor leading 4-0 on the back of 11 hits. But 9 runners have been left on tonight by TU. Baker peers in. First one to Riles. The righty pulls it left side. Stopping it. They try to get the force out at home, and they will. The bases will remain loaded on a fielder's choice. Tucker retired at home. But they're still full for one Ashton Whitman. And a smart play there by Lenski, the third baseman. Gets the easy out at home. And so Whitman, with a swing of the bat here, could end the game in the 6th just like she did in the 1st. No pressure, 11. She's 1 for 3 tonight.
with a single in the third. They're loaded here for Ashton Whitman. First pitch, and she tried to end it with one swing. And she'll come up empty. It's 0-1. A healthy swing from Ashton Whitman. Just like we saw Big Brother Wyatt do a lot during his stellar Taylor baseball career. Righty versus righty as Baker peers in, 0-1. Whitman goes after one upstairs, fouling it back. It's 0-2. Whitman, also a former Trojan Sports Network student worker during the fall. She's down on the count, 0-2 here. Bottom of the sixth, and the base is full with 2 gone. Pitch from Baker. Hit hard towards center field. It will be caught by the center fielder Storr. And the Trojans leave them loaded for the second time tonight. Through 6, Taylor has stranded 13 base runners. They lead 4-0, 3 outs away from the doubleheader sweep. We have that next on the top of the 7th. We come back here on the Trojan Sports Network.
Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland is proud to support Taylor University Athletics. Located at 148 South Main Street, Best One is open 6 days a week. Owner Mike Pearson and his staff offer replacement tires from brands like Bridgestone, Firestone, and Goodyear. Customers can also shop for tires from the comfort of their home by using the online tire finder. When it's time for mechanical repairs, Best One's ASE certified technicians can perform a wide range of services to get their customers back on the road. And those same technicians can do repairs on fleet vehicles as well. Taylor Athletics says thank you to Mike Pearson and everyone at Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland.
Batting number 11, Brooke Ferrari.
The new pitcher in for the Trojans is the senior number 17, Jessica Doctor. She makes her first appearance of the season, coming back from a lower body knee injury and surgery a couple of months ago. Last year, Jessica went 1-0 in 3 appearances and 1 start in 10 1/3 innings and had an ERA of just over 3. She'll face off with the catcher, Brooke Harati here. First one is a ball as she comes in to spell Kanai. 4-0 Taylor lead. TIU down to their last 3 outs in the top of the 7th. Second one sent towards Taylor Wilson and left. She's underneath. Has to go back a little bit. Makes the catch above her head. 1 up and 1 down here in the 7th as Doctor trying to work her way back. The Trojans hope that she can come back into a starting role to pair along with Evans and Kanai in the near future. And the batter will be Heather Anderson, the DP. Anderson 0 for 2 tonight. Swings and misses at the first one from Doctor for a strike. Waverly Miller stands on deck here for TIU. She'll be the 3rd batter of the inning. 0-1. Run back up the middle. There is West at short on to first. Scooping and unable to pick it up is Mahalik on a tough throw that was in the dirt. And it'll go E6 against West. Second error tonight by the Trojans and a base runner on
here for Waverly Miller, with one gone in the 7th for TIU.
Pinch hitting for TIU number 3, Waverly Miller.
We saw Miller in a pinch hit role in game number 1. She comes in that same role here, holds that bat high above her head, checks her swing, and Doctor gets it for a called strike on the inside part of the plate. Taylor 2 outs away from moving their record to 10-4 on the year, trying to win their 4th straight game after sweeping the doubleheader with Union back at the end of February. 0-1, Miller almost swung at one above her head. She thought better of it, and it's a good call. It's 1-1. Righty versus righty as Doctor spins the ball on her right hip. 3rd one. Off the end of the bat, a line drive into left in front of Taylor Wilson. So after the error, a single by the pinch hitter Miller, and there are 2 on here for TIU. Still trying to crack the scoreboard. They're down 4-0. But they've got some runners on here in the last couple of innings, and the Trojans still not out of the woods just yet.
Now batting number 8, Madison Lenski.
1 out on the board for Madison Lenski. She's 0 for 2 this evening. Still just 1 out. Lenski, ground ball right side. Taylor could turn 2. Tucker to West at second. She won't get the throw off. She kind of fumbled with it slightly coming from glove to hand. So a fielder's choice for Lenski. They get the force out at second. Move Anderson up to 3rd, but there are 2 outs on the board here in the top of the 7th. And TIU down to their last hope. And the batter will be the first baseman, Megan Ramsayer. 2 outs, runners at the corners. Off speed from Doctor to the outside corner to the righty Ramsayer for a strike. Nothing in 1 to Ramsayer. Now nothing in 2 as she swings and misses. And Ramsayer and TIU down to their last strike. Runners at the corners, 2 outs, top of the 7th. Nothing in 2 to Ramsayer. Doctor comes home, and a swing and a miss, and that will end the ball game. As Doctor gets the K, a big smile from ear to ear. She gives a big hug to Ashton Whitman, and the Trojans come away with a 4-0 victory here tonight over Trinity International. Taylor sweeps their 2nd straight doubleheader, and they now improve to 10-4 on the season. We'll take a break and come back with the Ivanhoe's postgame show next here on the Trojan Sports Network.
Ivanhoe's has been serving Taylor students since 1965, when Ivan and Carol Slane purchased the restaurant. Located on Main Street, Ivanhoe's is less than a mile from the Taylor campus and is open 7 days a week. The menu features choices for lunch, dinner, as well as 100 different milkshakes and sundaes. Customers can find other dessert items as well. The staff is proud to support Taylor University and appreciates the support of Ivanhoe's through the years.
We're back here inside the very warm and cozy press box here at Goody-Coons Field. We're joined by head coach Aaron Bellinger. Aaron, are you cold? Did you get a little chilly down there late when the sun went down?
A little bit, but I'll take this any day.
Any
day of the week.
It was beautiful today, wasn't it?
It was. I had to put my long sleeve on, but it was beautiful today.
The tragedy of putting on the long sleeve. Oh, no.
I know. But it's comfortable.
It's very comfortable.
I would take this weather any day of the week.
It's fantastic.
Compared to what we've played in before. So
we heard your dogs barking earlier. They got out and got to get a little run with your husband Brent overseeing everything. They're cute.
Yeah, they're cute. Everybody says, "Oh, they're so well behaved," and they don't see how they are at home. So
we'll just look. I'm sure there are videos of them not behaving.
Yeah, when there's food around, they're pretty well behaved. So they listen very well when there's food around.
That's me. Me and your,
don't we all?
Me and your dog. Yeah, me and your dogs are on the same plane here. You get 2 wins. Offense went nuts in game number 1. You guys go 8 runs in the bottom of the third. 3 different 3-run home runs. Let's talk about game 1 first. Just watching the offense come to life after being pretty quiet there in the first 2.5 innings.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I think one takeaway from game 1 is that we just have such a slow start. Until we get that second round in the order. Getting around that second time. I would just love for the girls to be able to get around that first time, and scoring those first and second innings. But oh my gosh, the adjustments that the hitters made was huge for the girls on deck. They would talk, and so to be able to adjust to what the pitcher was throwing and to get those bombs, I mean, they were no doubters. So it was fun to watch. It's always fun to be a coach at third base when they hit those bombs. So I love it.
Makes your job really just giving out high fives, and
I get jacked up more times, sometimes more than them. So I love it.
Well, you were more jacked up than Ashton was. You knew that thing was gone. Just put your hands in the air.
I did.
Just like, yep.
That was a no-doubter. Her, I mean, and Lauren's too. That was a no-doubter. I knew it was gone as soon as she hit it, and so I didn't even watch it. What did it fall behind the?
Oh, it was out of here. It got out of here and it went way far.
In that second row of the grass. So, that always makes for a lot of fun, and the energy in the dugout after that is awesome. So if they can keep doing that, I'm a pretty happy coach.
Maddie Evans was great. 8 strikeouts there in game number 1, and you bring in Cassie Lewis, and her confidence just continues to grow every time she's out there in the circle, particularly this season, correct?
Yes, for sure. She has done so well this season so far, and so her confidence is just it's skyrocketing. And even coming in, for just the short amount of time that she's made a difference. So it's only boosting her confidence, and she'll be a big role player, in that for us.
Game 2, you score all 4 of your runs through the first 3 innings. Kind of a little bit here or there, kind of, just kind of death by 1,000 cuts. You only got 1 earned run against Frey there in game 2, but Lauren Kanai was really special. They didn't get a lot of strikeouts, but she just really seemed to keep TIU off balance there in that second game.
Yeah, and we got to clean it up on defense too with a couple errors. We got to be able to clean those up, and because in those big games that we play in, those are going to make the difference. So to be able to clean it up on defense is going to be pretty important for us. But Lauren, she actually wasn't even really feeling that great today. So she has a little bit of a cold, but she came out here and she stuck through it, and she did a great job, and super happy with it. And her at the plate today too, she did a great job. So all around, I mean, today she was awesome. And I think we, with only the 1 earned run is difficult. And however, I don't even know how many runners we left on base, but it was a lot. I know
Do you want to know? I can tell you.
Oh, sure.
12.
Oh my gosh. So 11 hits, and we scored 4 runs on 11 hits, and 1 earned run is tough. So I think at least twice we had bases loaded and didn't get a run in, and so those are the times we have to be able to execute, and runners in scoring position and being able to execute with those runners on is going to be big for us in the long run. So it's something that we go to practice to, and we hammer it this following week at practice.
How do you think Emma West did? She goes 5 for 8 today. She goes 3 for 4 in game 2. I mean, she really did a really good job of setting the table out of the leadoff spot.
Yeah, she struggled a little bit up until this point, but for her to kind of get in her groove, I mean, as our leadoff hitter, she's always done a great job. Now her batting average doesn't show it. She doesn't strike out a lot, but she's been putting the ball in play. She just hasn't found the holes, and so for her to go off today is huge. And having her as a threat on the bases too is better for us as well. I mean, she's so fast, and so she's a threat all around.
Let's keep doing more games. I know we were up here about a year ago, and then everything ended. Can we keep playing more games, please? Are you sign up for that, right?
100%. I'm in.
All right, congrats. Good job. Way to start the home portion of the schedule.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's Aaron Bellinger, the head coach, joining us here on the Ivanhoe's post-game show. Taylor with the 2 wins today. They've now won 4 in a row. They improved to 10-4 on the year. They will be back at home coming up on Saturday against St. Mary of the Woods College, as 2 of our freshmen are down there waving at their parents back home. We say hello to them. Mr. and Mrs. Bellinger, or Mrs. Kotler, or 1 second. Let me unmute your mic for 1 sec.
No.
Hi, Aaron, you're back.
I don't even know if my parents are listening, but hi, Mom and Dad. Love you.
Mr. and Mrs. Kotler, shout out. Always got to keep Mom and Dad happy. Hi to my mom, too, in case she's watching. Taylor now 10-4 on the year. They're back here at home on Saturday against St. Mary of the Woods College. We will have video coverage, no audio coverage, because I'll be over at doing football, but we're going to try and do all 3 games on Saturday. That is our hope, and so we will be bringing you coverage of softball coming up on Saturday. At least that is our plan as of now on Tuesday the 9th at about 7:42 p.m. So thanks to all you folks for tuning in today. We hope you enjoyed as much as we enjoyed bringing it to you. Thank you to our on-site producer, CJ Pena, the second-team All-Crossroads League selection, and the executive producer of the Trojan Sports Network is, as always, Cameron Andre. Once again, our final 2 scores today. Taylor wins Game 1 in run rule fashion. They win 15-6 in Game 1. They win 4-0 in Game 2. Maddie Evans with the Game 1 win in the circle. Lauren Kanai gets the win in Game number 2. This has been a presentation of Taylor Softball on the Trojan Sports Network. We say goodnight from Upland, Indiana.